Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want the country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public while on the road to republic. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic. We are the youth united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youth united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth, them are with future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As in them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youth united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slap bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man post pose up on them profile and I put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you are post maxis, no do nothing too wild. What if your little brother in a post, yeah? What if your bro dead in another crime video, yeah? What if your little sister take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before I share the post, the pic, I ask myself, what if I now comment, I now go click me. For my ask, what if I now comment, I now go click me. For my ask, what if, so before you share the post, the link, just ask yourself, what if, yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting commissioner remind you.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the button and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PPCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's Accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint, and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration, along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign, and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, just prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This honorable house now resumes its sitting. I wish to sincerely welcome all members to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, April 28, 2026. Today, we continue with the sectoral debate in addition to the usual business of the House. And as always, it is expected that members will maintain the standards of this Honorable House in accordance with the standing orders and established practice and procedures. Today, we are joined by a delegation from the World Bank, who is in the gallery. And we are also joined by a delegation from Rwanda. They are seated to my left. The delegation from Rwanda is here in Jamaica working with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to conduct an in-depth needs assessment for the implementation of an integrated electronic case management system, which is to be used right across Jamaica's justice sector. The delegation is being led by Honorable Rukunda Kuvuga, President of the Court of Appeal of Rwanda. And he is accompanied here today by the CEO and CFO, respectively, of Rwanda's Cooperation Initiative. I ask that you make them all feel welcome. I'm going to make the effort. The names are Mr. Richard Niwinshuti and Mr. Freddie Makunza. I hope I got those correctly. Also present here are our permanent secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who is seated to my right. Members, joining us also in the gallery in support of their members of parliament who will be contributing to today's debate are members from their constituency, and in the case of Minister Samuda, who presents today, persons from the ministry he leads. In addition, we seem to have close to a full house. I would say we have our regular visitors and friends with us in the gallery. You're reminded not to participate by clapping or knocking the desk during today's sitting. Members also joining us, as they do every week, are our viewers on PBCJ and viewers on the other various media platforms. Let's hope you will all enjoy today's sitting of the House, which intends to be a very long one. Thank you. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Honus, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Delroy Chuck, Mr. Charles, Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Seabright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Ilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington.
Permanent Secretary here, Mr. Wayne Robertson. Mr. Wayne Robertson, the Permanent Secretary, seated to my right for the Ministry of Water and Environment. I note also former Member of Parliament just joined us, Mr. Michael Stern, and I see some of our senators here in the chamber as well. I thank you for coming to lend your support to the sitting of the House today. Senator Rose Bennett Cooper and Senator Elon Thompson. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, first let me join with you in welcoming the delegation from Rwanda who are here on a very important mission in relation to our court system and its digitization. I think all of Jamaica is really looking forward to the implementation of a system that you have in Rwanda that has clearly served your people well in the ease of interacting with our justice system. So welcome, President of the Court of Appeal and members of your team, and we hope you will enjoy your time here in Jamaica. We know your president visited and had a very good time when he was here. Madam Speaker, it is suggested that we go straight to public business and start with our sectoral debates, and then we will go back to the other matters that we have to do. We are looking forward to continuing our sectoral debates today, where we will start with the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, a new ministry, but a very seasoned and hardworking and competent minister, the Member of Parliament from St. Ann Northeast, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, and then he will be followed by the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Northwestern, Mr. Damian Crawford. So, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you.
Thank you, House Leader. We would have, let me first ask that we vote to move straight to public business, and then we will recommit all the items on the agenda. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The time limits already having been established in our sitting last week will not need to be repeated. Please be reminded of the time limit. I will repeat it. It would appear for the last time for the benefit of everyone. So, ministers, your usual time is 45 minutes and an additional 15 minutes has been approved. So your limit is no more than 60 minutes or an hour. And in the case of the opposition spokesperson, it is 30 minutes and you get an extra 5 minutes, so 35 minutes. Members, please, I will be adhering strictly to the time. Please make welcome the Minister of Water and Environment. The minister represents the seat of St. Ann Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, I am sorry to interject. For the benefit of all the members, when your time is up, you will only hear the bell go off so that you will recall that you are now going into additional time. I'm asking you to just continue with your presentation. Don't have the bell break your stride. Just continue when it goes off. You guys major in the minor a lot though.
Madam Speaker.
When the buzzer goes off, since you don't like ringing the bell, because it's a bell. Yes, anything you would like. So when the buzzer goes off, you will just continue in good stride. And you do not need to sit or wait for additional time. So you're comfortable continuing your presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise today to make my contribution to the sectoral debate in this honorable House, I'm privileged to stand here, firstly, because of the blessings of the Almighty, but secondly, because of the trust placed in me by the constituency of St. Ann Northeast. I pause to acknowledge my councillors, constituency executive, management team members who are present here today. I also use this opportunity to etch in the annals of history the work, the impact, the ambition, and the intended legacy of the young but dynamic Ministry of Water, Environment, and Climate Change that I now have the honor and privilege to lead. I welcome senior members of the ministry to the Parliament today, including the Permanent Secretary Wayne Roberts and our Director General Sharon Morrison, CTDs, and team members who are also here today. I also welcome members of the boards of management and senior team members of the agencies and departments also under my supervision. Madam Speaker, I also use the opportunity to welcome guests from the World Bank Water Sector team who are in Jamaica on a particular mission but have joined us this afternoon. We extend welcome to them as well. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister for the trust he once again placed in me to manage these critical subject areas. Madam Speaker, there are many persons who deserve an expression of profound gratitude. It is my hope that they are not slighted by the lack of mention because of the time constraints this afternoon. Madam Speaker, as I begin, I pause to reflect on the words of the Most Honourable PM when he made it clear that this government and this budget is about building forward together and that we are moving from simply resilience to resurgence. This resurgence is a precise intention of this ministry, an intention, Madam Speaker, that will be made real through intentional service, environmental stewardship, and the development of climate-resilient water systems. Madam Speaker, the ministry was created because climate change, water security, environmental protection, forestry, ocean governance, and the blue economy required dedicated singular focus. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that in what can only be described as a remarkably short period, that through partnerships coordinated by this ministry, we have already mobilized tens of millions of US dollars in climate and adaptation financing, coordinated a national recovery of major water systems after the most disruptive disaster ever recorded in Jamaica, provided timely information before, during, and after Hurricane Melissa that not only saved lives, but also gave our people hope and guidance. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this ministry has also allowed Jamaica to assume leadership roles in the global environmental agenda and entrenched our position as a credible, bankable partner and thought leader in global climate and environmental stewardship. I reiterate and emphasize, not only for the members of this House, but moreover for the people of Jamaica, that climate resilience is not an expense. It is an investment in Jamaica's survival, stability, competitiveness, and indeed our resurgence. Madam Speaker, the challenge is great, but the resilience and ingenuity of the Jamaican people are equal to the task. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to advise this Honourable House that all boards under the purview of this ministry have been duly gazetted. Cabinet approval has been received and board members have been appointed, ensuring that the governance structures responsible for overseeing our agencies and delivery of this critical program are fully constituted and operational. Madam Speaker, today I will provide an update on Jamaica's climate change agenda. This is not simply a policy discussion. It is about protecting livelihoods, strengthening economic resilience, and ensuring that Jamaica remains prepared in the face of intensifying climate impacts. Madam Speaker, over the period of 2020 to 2025, Jamaica has experienced an escalation in climate-related events. The passage of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024, Hurricane Melissa in October 2025, resulted in widespread damage and disruption across several parishes. These events, alongside severe drought conditions between 2020 and 2023, caused significant damage to infrastructure, agricultural, and coastal systems, while having a severe economic impact. Road networks, water systems, and electricity infrastructure were impacted. Smallholder farmers and experienced crop losses, and coastal communities face storm surge, flooding, and erosion. These impacts are not isolated. They directly affect productivity, food security, and national stability. Madam, every dollar spent on recovery is a dollar diverted from the development agenda. And this is why climate change must be treated as a core economic issue. Madam Speaker, Jamaica strengthened its climate governance net framework in 2023 through the approval of the Climate Change Policy Framework and Emissions Policy Framework. These provided a coordinated national approach across sectors. Madam Speaker, the development and passage of climate change legislation will mark a significant step in strengthening Jamaica's governance framework. The Ministry is partnering with the UK FCDO to deliver this legislation, which will provide legal backing for climate policies and ensure accountability across sectors. This is essential for delivering sustained and measurable outcomes, greater transparency, and improved policy implementation and increased investor confidence. This legislation is expected to be complete this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's long-term emissions reduction and climate resilience strategy, or otherwise referred to as our LTS 2050, completed in July 2025, represents our vision for Jamaica as a climate-smart, resilient country. The strategy outlines Jamaica's pathway to achieving net zero emissions by or before 2060, while ensuring that economic growth remains inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Madam Speaker, what distinguishes the LTS is not solely an environmental strategy, it is a developmental strategy. It focuses on a whole of economy approach and includes focus on the energy systems, transport, agriculture, infrastructure and urban development, as well as forestry and ecosystems. The LTS projects approximately 13.9 billion in net economic benefits by 2050, along with the creation of 26,000 jobs, particularly in green and emerging sectors. Madam Speaker, these are not just projections. They represent a shift in how Jamaica positions itself in the global economy. Importantly, the LTS is aligned with our NDC and other national priority policies, ensuring coherence across short and medium and long-term planning. Madam Speaker, in 2025, ahead of the deadline, Jamaica also submitted its nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC, which is a requirement of the Paris Agreement. This, Madam Speaker, saw an ambitious target of Jamaica committing to 41% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, relative to a business as usual scenario. Our NDCs focused on energy, transport, forestry, and land use, and for the first time took a valuation of the carbon capture capabilities of our mangrove forests. Madam Speaker, between 2024 and 2026, Jamaica advanced its approach to food security through the development of a climate-informed multi-scalar mapping system in partnership with RADA and the Climate Technology Center and Network under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. MWEC led the project, raising $250,000, but partnered very closely with RADA, Madam Speaker. This is important for centralized data on agriculture, climate risks, and food security, allowing decision-making at multiple levels, national, parish, and community. This means we can now identify with much greater precision the areas most vulnerable to drought, flooding, and production shocks. Madam Speaker, the Adapt Jamaica project represents a major investment in climate resilience for the agriculture sector. With US $50 million secured through the GCF, this initiative will benefit over 700,000 Jamaicans, particularly smallholder farmers and rural communities. And the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth can attest to the fact that $40 million of this is indeed grant funding, for that we are particularly proud. This project targets the strengthening and resilience of the agriculture sector
and we are also supporting income generation. This initiative demonstrates how targeted investments can deliver both environmental and socio-economic benefits. Madam Speaker, the government has transitioned from planning to implementation on its electric mobility. On January 20th, 2026, a validation workshop confirmed the structure of a pilot program under the NDC Technology and Economic Cooperation Program. This program has deployed 3 standardized 12-meter battery electric buses across UTEC, CMU, and HART. These buses are designed to meet real demand with passenger loads ranging from 25 to 50 persons per trip and daily travel distances up to 240 kilometers. Madam Speaker, we further focused on developing what is called JA-NAP. This is our National Adaptation Plan. In this regard, the development of Jamaica's first comprehensive NAP, or JANAP, represents a critical pillar of our national response. This work is being advanced in collaboration with the PIOJ and is a priority for completion this financial year. Madam Speaker, the JANAP is not simply another policy document. It is an implementation framework. It is designed to move us from fragmented project-based interventions to a coordinated whole-of-government approach to resilience building. The plan focuses on sectors such as water, agriculture, coastal zones. Madam Speaker, the strength of the JANAP is that it is being implemented by the PIOJ, who also developed the JSRAC tool, which is a systemic risk assessment tool. Therefore, the NAP will be grounded in data, risk assessment, coordinated vulnerability mapping, economic analysis, and climate projections to ensure that investments are targeted where they are most needed. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it integrates gender considerations, stakeholder engagement, and investment planning. Madam Speaker, the development of carbon markets, of our carbon markets framework presents a significant opportunity for Jamaica to access new revenue streams while encouraging the growth of clean technology developments and installations across various sectors by participating in global carbon markets. Jamaica can attract investments and simultaneously support emissions reduction projects. For local businesses and entrepreneurs, this framework creates opportunities to participate in the green economy, as among other things, it supports technology transfer and economic diversification. Madam Speaker, we intend to finalize this framework this year. I won't speak much about the loss and damage fund because I would have provided a statement to this honorable House before, but just as an update, the country has submitted its first request for funds from the loss and damage fund to the tune of $20 million US, and we expect a formal decision in June of this year coming from the damage of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, the government, through the Development Bank of Jamaica, continues to push the throttle to position Jamaica to better access global climate finance opportunities. By aligning with international financing goals, Jamaica will be better equipped to secure the resources needed for national development. Madam Speaker, Jamaica will this year complete preparations for the launch of its own Blue and Green Fund to be housed at DBJ. We expect this to be primarily financed by the GCF, and Jamaica targets over $150 million investment in this fund that will finance blue and green projects across varying sectors. Madam Speaker, the state of the environment. The global context is unambiguous. The United Nations Environment Programme has characterized our predicament as a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These are not abstract threats. They are converging risk multipliers. Climate change intensifies storms and droughts, biodiversity loss erodes ecosystem services like coastal protection and food security. Pollution of both air, land, and of course marine undermines public health and economic productivity. Small island developing states like Jamaica are on the front line. Sea level rise, coral bleaching, coastal erosion, and extreme weather events impose fiscal burdens and disrupt livelihoods. Our policy posture, therefore, must be anticipatory, science-led, and economically disciplined. This you have heard from me in this House before, Madam Speaker. However, I think it's important this afternoon to introduce the concept of planetary boundaries in this honorable House. This graphic shows the current state with only 2 boundaries globally not being exceeded. The planetary boundaries framework highlights the rising risk from human pressure on 9 critical global processes that regulate the stability and resilience of the Earth. Crossing boundaries increases the risk of generating large-scale, abrupt and irreversible environmental damage. The impacts of these changes will not necessarily be immediate or drastic, but together the boundaries mark a critical threshold for risks to society and the biosphere we are a part of. Members of this House and those listening at home should be clear that this is already having an impact on Jamaica. But Madam Speaker, I also believe we must be unambiguous in acknowledging the current state of our environment. In some areas, Jamaica has led the world. In other areas, we are behind. Only by acknowledging the problems, similarly to the way the MHPM and indeed the DPM have approached crime in this country, can we solve them. Above is Jamaica's ranking as assessed by Yale University in their 2024 assessment. Jamaica sits at 68 out of 180 countries assessed in the overall ranking. Good. However, important for us to confront the areas in which Jamaica is not assessed to be progressing at the right pace. For colleagues' information, areas such as climate change we're ranked number 23 in the world in our management of the subject. Marine protection, 27. But there are areas of particular challenge. Certainly, waste management, our red list index, we are at 164 and 138 respectively. So this gives you an idea of where we have to focus. The areas we're doing well, we want to entrench the work. The areas we're not doing well, we want to invest more and give greater focus to ensure we move up the ranking and indeed protect our environment. Jamaica's standing provides a useful benchmark. While we have had gains in areas such as protected area coverage and indeed waste management and ecosystem vitality, the EPI underscores a central truth. Incrementalism will not suffice. We require systemic interventions, better enforcement, stronger data systems, and targeted capital investments. Our current regulatory focus. Our regulatory framework is anchored by the NRCA Act and administered through NEPA. Complementary statutes include the Wildlife Protection Act, the Forestry Act, the Water Resources Act, the Beach Control Act, and the regulations governing air emissions, effluent discharge, and solid waste. And that's important to understand. The present focus is threefold: enforcement integrity, standards modernization, data, and transparency. Madam Speaker, that is why I'm happy today to have tabled in this honorable House the overarching protected areas policy white paper, which is within your package, and the draft keys management policy green paper. The overarching protected areas policy will replace the 1997 protected areas policy and will provide the policy direction for the effective management of the country's protected area system. It should be noted that the island has over 350 protected areas, including national parks, marine parks, fish sanctuaries, forest reserves, and forest management areas, which have been declared under various pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, in further bolstering the country's environmental legislative framework, the ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, is advancing the repeal and replacement of the Forest Act. This new piece of legislation will include provisions that specify transfer of land, inventory, and the classification of forests and forest land, and a declaration of a no-burn season. I'm happy to report that the Forest Bill is before the Legislative Committee of the Parliament and will be tabled in a matter of weeks. Legislative Committee of the Cabinet. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Ministry will be advancing the amendment of the Wildlife Protection Act. In this regard, a draft bill has already been prepared and is being reviewed. It is my further intention to have this bill tabled before the end of Q1 of this financial year. Madam Speaker, the passing of this bill will clear the path for honoring of the government's commitment to finally ratify the SPA protocol. Madam Speaker, additionally, the government will complete the long-awaited environmental impact assessment regulations under the NRCA Act this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, our strategic environmental focus, and I have circulated the digital document, focuses on several areas, including increased protection and indeed waste separation, emissions focus on air quality, and of course, improved beach access. And I will go through them as quickly as possible in considering the time. But Madam Speaker, I do want to bring colleagues' attention to the fact that this year, the government will complete 5 new protected areas, including sections of Bengal, the Negril Environmental Protection Area, Long Mountain, Montpelier, and Canoe Valley will be completed this fiscal year. Additionally, the ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, has declared 17 new forest management areas under the Forest Act last year, in the last just concluded financial year, and is working on finalizing the declaration of 22 new forest reserves, which I intend to table in the House in the second quarter of the fiscal year. Madam Speaker, colleagues would recall a discussion we would have had in this House related to the declaration of the Constant Spring Golf Club as a forest management area to preserve the green space for generations to come. I'm happy to report that the document is at the printing office to be gazetted, so that commitment represents a commitment which has been kept. Jamaica has already protected 25% of its landmass and 15% of its EEZ. We expect to complete the 30% target, which is in line with global standards, well before 2030, and we're working to catch up on our marine protected areas. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's waste stream remains largely commingled, driving landfill pressure and marine leakage. We are implementing source separation, organic, recyclable, and residual streams, supported by public education, infrastructure rollout, and private sector participation. Madam Speaker, the government this year will advance a full national pilot for waste separation in public facilities. Madam Speaker, another area of concern is air quality. It is a public health imperative. We are tightening emission standards at stationary sources, enhancing vehicular inspection regimes, and piloting low-cost sensor networks to complement reference grade monitors. The policy objective is measurable to reduce PM2.5 and nitrous oxide exposure, especially in urban corridors and near industrial clusters. Madam Speaker, the government will advance plans for the introduction of tailpipe testing this year. Another issue that has dominated public discourse is the issue of beach access. Now, I believe it may be easier to have a ministerial statement to go through this particular section at a later date, but I would like to make a few points in summarizing the section that I have, even though I've circulated my notes on the subject. The Beach Control Act was passed in 1956 and was amended in 1973. 1973's amendment moved us to a licensing-based system. The policy attempt started in 1997 to deal with the access issues and was largely abandoned in 2000 because of a lack of consensus. So what you have is a period of policy blackout. What we have sought to accomplish with the new beach access policy and evolving the arrangements related to the licensing regime is to ensure that access is no longer incidental, developers are now part of the solution, and the policy is indeed implementable. Though the Beach Control Act still governs, this policy has embedded access into planning law mechanisms, has converted policy goals into administrative requirements, and forced alignment between tourism development and public rights. Madam Speaker, this policy has guaranteed windows and corridors to the sea, while clearly stating where Jamaicans have access to the foreshore. Beyond that, the commitment has been made in this House to ensure investment is made in the development of new public beach parks, some of which I know the member from East Central St. James will no doubt mention, including Prairie Beach, Madam Speaker. We have some major projects that I would like to highlight, Madam Speaker, under the environmental portfolio, which include the Relief Project launch by the Forestry Department, the Negril Coastline Works and rewetting of the Negril Morass, and of course, restoration works at Helshaw, and the development of a river control authority and a Keys Control Authority. Madam Speaker, our forests were decimated by Hurricane Melissa. The Forestry Department has developed a strategic framework for how we will approach helping nature along. I'm happy to report that as at the end of June, we would have replanted some 300,000 trees already, Madam Speaker. There is far greater detail. I encourage colleagues to read same. I want to bring your attention to works that are underway in Negril. We would have completed our design for the canals that will re-wet the wetlands. Now, this is incredibly important even for shoreline stabilization and protecting what is a natural asset that is the envy of the world. That work in terms of building the canals, member from Western Westmoreland, will commence this year. We also intend to complete our transaction work for the development of what is called an interpretive center in Westmoreland. Now, that will be in the Royal Palm Reserve, which would have been built by Mr. Seaga in the 1980s. We'll be renovating this area and ensuring that indeed we have an area where persons are able to go and study our endemic species, watch birds, and take river tours. Madam Speaker, another focus of ours is ensuring that the regulatory system can indeed be brought to life. That is why the government, through the ministry and indeed NEPA, will be developing a river management authority and a keys management authority that will be housed at NEPA. The river management authority will focus on risk mapping and early warning, sediment and debris management, enforcement against encroachment. The keys management authority is necessary to ensure coordinated management of our keys, which are a sensitive ecosystem, but also incredibly valuable economically. Another area of focus of the ministry under the environmental portfolio, Madam Speaker, is indeed marine governance. The government of Jamaica is focused on ensuring that we stand up the operations of the National Council on Oceans and Coastal Zone Management. And I think in the interest of time, I will bring a ministerial statement for that because of its importance for marine spatial planning, blue economic development, pollution control, and effective ocean governance. Madam Speaker, I'm sure many colleagues are particularly interested in the water section of the portfolio. But if we don't protect the environment, you don't have any water. So, indeed. Let me say this plainly, Madam Speaker. Water is not a line item. Water is the economy. Every sector depends on it. Irrigation for our farmers, industrial and commercial operations, tourism and construction, health, the basic dignity of every household. Without water, there is no economic development for Jamaica. It is for this reason that the Andrew Holness-led administration has been investing in your water supply at a rate not seen since the 1980s and not seen previously to that since the 1940s. I want to begin with something that this House and every Jamaican listening should be proud of. Just days ago at the World Bank spring meetings in Washington, Jamaica stood among only 14 countries in the world, 14 first movers, to launch a national water compact under the World Bank Water Forward initiative. This global platform was launched April 15, 2026. Its ambition is simple but enormous. Water security for 1 billion people by 2030. Jamaica's water compact is not a vague aspiration. It is a signed national commitment to achieve universal access to safe, reliable, and affordable water and sanitation by 2030, to reduce non-revenue water, expand sewerage coverage, improve energy efficiency, protect our watersheds, and mobilize $5 billion in sector investment, inclusive of more than $1 billion in private capital. Madam Speaker, the opposition knows this. They spent years in government, and the investment was simply too limited, and it forced the deterioration of the infrastructure. They watched NRW climb, they watched coverage stagnate, they produced studies, held consultations, and left us with infrastructure in some places that had not been replaced previous to the 1940s. We inherited that, and we're fixing it. We formed government in 2016. At that time, less than $1 billion Jamaican dollars was being invested annually in infrastructure this year across MDAs. Across MDAs, Madam Speaker, this year, the government will invest in excess of 15 billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, water does not begin at a tap. It begins in our rivers, our aquifers, our watersheds. Before a single drop reaches any household or farm, someone must protect that resource, allocate it fairly, and ensure it will still be here for the generation after us. Madam Speaker, the Water Resources Authority was established under the Water Resources Act of 1995. They operate over 100 river gauging stations and hundreds of groundwater monitoring sites across the island. They issue and enforce the licenses that govern how water is drawn from our sources and are the first line of defense against over-extraction, aquifer depletion, and saline intrusion. Madam Speaker, this administration places the WR's mandate at the very center of our reform agenda, because you cannot deliver water security if you are not protecting the resource that makes it possible. Jamaica currently has 830 valid abstraction licenses, with total license volume that exceeds 2.3 billion cubic meters. Actual usage sits at approximately 1 billion cubic meters per year. Madam Speaker, the gap between licensed and used is not evenly distributed across the island. In some of our aquifers, we are already extracting at levels that raise concern. This government is committed to integrated water resource management, not just measuring what we have, but actively protecting it. Our Water Resources Master Plan, tabled in 2022, is now being updated to account for current demand pressures. This is the blueprint that guides where infrastructure gets built, how water is allocated across agriculture, industry, and domestic use, and how we respond to the increased pressure on our sources. Jamaica is committed to having this tool current and operational. Madam Speaker, for note, we are carefully managing our water resources, fully cognizant that water scarcity affects women disproportionately, as many households in Jamaica are indeed female-led. The graphic in front of you shows the relative female population to water source availability. So this also has to guide our investment approach. Madam Speaker, one of the most important things we are doing this year through the WRA is installing technology that allows us to see problems before they become crises. The WRA, in collaboration with the Met Service of Jamaica, is rolling out a long-range wide area network called the LoRa-1 in a phased 3-year program. Hundreds of field sensors and network gateways will capture real-time data on groundwater levels, river flows, and rainfall across the island. Even in our most remote off-grid communities, this data will flow into centralized platforms with advanced analytical tools. Decisions are only as strong as the data that informs them, and this initiative ensures that Jamaica is operating with the best possible information in real time. Madam Speaker, we expect this initiative to be transformative, and it strengthens Jamaica's ability to detect early signs of drought, monitor flood conditions as they develop, and respond with greater speed. Madam Speaker, this initiative represents a shift from periodic data collection to continuous real-time monitoring, placing Jamaica in a stronger position to manage its water resources proactively in an increasingly climate-impacted environment. Madam Speaker, we would have seen the need for this in the recent flooding associated with Hurricane Melissa. I want to congratulate the team at WRA for the role that they would have played in informing decisions being made at the national and parish level as it related to flooding, especially in areas such as Content, Chigwell, and indeed Newmarket. Building on the lessons from the recent flood events, including Hurricane Melissa, the WRA is taking decisive steps to strengthen Jamaica's preparedness in some of our most vulnerable communities. To this end, the authority is finalizing a comprehensive project proposal to secure external funding for the establishment of an early warning system in Port Maria, a town that has experienced repeated and severe flooding over the years. While Port Maria is not an isolated case, it is a highly vulnerable community that experiences major flooding every 2 to 3 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, monitoring and data will only work if we have the right legal authority to act. It is for that reason WRA has identified real gaps in the WRA Act, as well as the Floodwater Control Act, and we have commenced our review of that process. it is important to note that we have published the notice inviting submissions of no objection to the amendments we intend to pursue in the Sunday Gleaner published and Observer published on April 26. To note, Madam Speaker, and just briefly, Jamaica has successfully secured the bid to host the second staging of the island's Water Congress, a high-level international forum convened by the International Water Resources Association. Madam Speaker, this Congress will bring international experts and policymakers to our shore and will be held in Montego Bay in December of this year, Madam Speaker. That deals with how you manage the resource generally. Madam Speaker, once the WRA has protected and allocated the resource, the National Water Commission and the Rural Water Supply Limited take it from the source to the tap. The NWC serves our urban and semi-urban communities, and the RWSL reaches the rural communities that the main utility network does not cover. Together, they're the delivery engine of the water sector, and as such, I will outline the plans for the year ahead. Madam Speaker, potable water access currently reaches approximately 90% of households. With this administration committed to 100% by 2030, Madam Speaker, your government is building the infrastructure to meet this aspiration. The NWC currently operates over 700 water supply systems, serving more than 550,000 customers island-wide. On an annual basis, the NWC produces in excess of 322 million cubic meters of water and treats approximately 23 million cubic meters of sewage. The scale of the operation is significant. The challenges within it are equally significant, and the investment required to fix these challenges is what this year's budget seeks to address, as well as budgets to come. Madam Speaker, according to a recent World Bank study, Jamaica requires US $5 billion investment in the water sector to meet this ambition. Madam Speaker, the significant impact of Hurricane Melissa on both infrastructure and operations, the NWC demonstrated strong resilience and responsiveness. The NWC restored water supply to over 90% of customers by December 31st, 2025, and supported by expanded water trucking operations, temporary supply arrangements, and coordinated field interventions. As at April 2026, I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that approximately 99% of facilities have been restored to operational status, with the majority reconnected to the national power grid. Ongoing works are being undertaken to address remaining facilities requiring additional intervention and to restore pipelines in remote communities that were affected by land slippage. Madam Speaker, this performance underscores the government's capacity to respond effectively to national emergencies and to maintain service continuity under challenging conditions. That is the result of planning, not an accident. Madam Speaker, I will be direct about one of the most serious structural problems in Jamaica's water sector: non-revenue water. NRW that is produced and treated and pumped, but never reaches a paying customer. NRW drives up energy costs, constrains available supply, and makes NWC financially unsustainable if left unaddressed. Madam Speaker, NRW is acknowledged as a crisis that we must fix. The island-wide NRW reduction program is valued at some US $340 million and will be phased over 11 years. It will target reduced NRW from 71% to 30%. It is already in procurement through international competitive bidding. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has an NRW target of 30% by 2035. The annual financial return is clear: 10.7 billion, comprising 7.7 billion in additional revenue at current tariff rates from improved billing and collection, and $2.8 billion in annual electricity savings, and $167 million in chemical cost savings. Madam Speaker, we are already seeing these benefits in Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore. The case for taking this program island-wide is not complicated. Quite frankly, it pays for itself. Madam Speaker, in the just concluded financial year, the government, through the NWC, made significant strides in expanding access to reliable water services, particularly within rural and underserved communities. Through the implementation of the rural water supply improvement projects, which were valued at $1.1 billion, service delivery and reliability were enhanced for more than 133,000 Jamaicans island-wide. Additionally, approximately 14,000 persons across more than 20 communities gained access to piped water for the first time, representing meaningful progress towards universal service coverage. These communities included Spicy Hill in Trelawney, Lancewood, Shaw Park Heights in St. Anne, Runit, Charlie Gallant and Middle Quarters in St. Elizabeth, sections of Mason Hall in St. Mary, and sections of Orangefield in St. Catherine. Madam Speaker, for those 14,000 Jamaicans, last year was not a policy document. It was the year that water came. Madam Speaker, the government would have also completed and started a raft of projects throughout its agenda, and it is circulated in your varying WhatsApp chats and by email. But I will highlight a few, even understanding the time constraints. We would have completed the Old Pepper to Gutters transmission main at a cost of $331 million. Places like Miketown and Coleyville and Bonita Heights in Manchester would have benefited from investment. Cataboo, Runit, Middle Quarters, Rhine Park, for instance, Rhine Park in St. James would have benefited from $54.5 million, impacting 10,000 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed work on the Jacksontown pipeline project, benefiting 2,500 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed work on the Port Royal pipeline replacement project with $533 million invested, impacting 2,000 residents. Madam Speaker, we would have commenced the work on the Ferry to Rock Pond pipeline, which will impact 3 constituencies of Western St. Andrew, West Rural St. Andrew, and Northwest St. Andrew. That project is slated to benefit 26,000 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed a Castleton pipeline project at a cost of $25.1 million, impacting 3,000 residents. Lancewood pipeline project at $6 million in St. Anne, Madam Speaker. We completed the Jack Salt Landover pipeline at a cost of $370 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we would have done work in every single parish across the country, Madam Speaker. And whether it was the Kenilworth pipeline in Hanover at $360 million, Madam Speaker, or Kingdom Hall in St. Elizabeth, or the Carter Walk wastewater project in Portland, Madam Speaker, or if you went to the west in Egypt Gardens in Westmoreland, or if you looked at the pipeline replacement in Frome and Bulstrode at $15 million, Madam Speaker, we can go through a long list of projects. And you know, you never want to forget places like Gordonwood in Clarendon or the Newland area of St. Catherine, Madam Speaker. But we could go on, and I see the time ticking. And that's just what was done. We are coming to what is to come. No. Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my apologies, sir. Yes. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the map of major works being undertaken is indeed before us. The NWC continues to enhance its operational capacity through targeted investments and fleet expansion, equipment upgrades, and energy efficiency initiatives. The acquisition of specialized vehicles, including Vectorjet units, pickup trucks, and water trucks, has strengthened the NWC's ability to respond to operational demands. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that these investments in operational efficiency came because the Commission is well run by a solid board. And pre the last financial year with Hurricane Melissa, we had a streak of 3 years with a marginal surplus, the first in NWC's history. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the water sector is Jamaica's biggest and single largest consumer of energy. The NWC has seen its electricity bill in 1 month exceed $1 billion Jamaican dollars, Mr. Speaker. Sustainable, that is not sustainable, especially with rising fuel prices globally. The hurricanes we have faced in recent years have made something else clear. Continue. When the power goes down, the water stops. Energy resilience and water security are inseparable. Mr. Speaker, we are fixing it. The NWC and rural water supply are both pursuing targeted investments to bring energy costs down. Rural water supply has continuously worked to integrate renewable energy into water supply systems. For 2025 to 2026 financial year, the rural water supply has completed the installation of 3 new locations, one in Freehill, Northwest St. Ann, Bunkers Hill in Northern Clarendon, and New Eden in West Portland. The NWC has advanced its energy management strategy through the completion of several projects, but one I will highlight is the Forest Hills Solar Photovoltaic project valued at $81.5 million, which already in its first year has provided savings of $14.1 million, Mr. Speaker. The energy efficiency projects are on a table being presented for colleagues here. But just in summary, the 13 projects highlighted will be executed at a cost of $885 million, but expect to bring annual savings of $322 million to the National Water Commission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Rio Cobra water treatment plant, valued at $92 million, is in construction and will deliver 15 million gallons of water per day by May 2027. To put this in context, in the worst drought recorded in Jamaica in 2022, Kingston and St. Andrew, Portmore, and Spanish Town were short 12.5 million gallons a day supplied relative to demand. This project will supply that area with 15 million gallons a day. That closes the gap and provides a buffer even in what was our worst drought. And this is on track for completion in May 2027. And remember, yes, the commitment still stands. The commitment to ensure that the community in the area benefits from the extraction and that the water does not bypass the residents of the area. As we would have done in St. Elizabeth at the Pepper Wells, we ensured that the community in and around the area was connected. The commitment stands, ma'am. I come into Seaga. Madam, Mr. Speaker, the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project is the single largest infrastructure program being undertaken by the National Water Commission. It represents a total investment of approximately $170 million in this phase and involves the design and construction of approximately 65 kilometers of new large diameter ductile iron potable water pipelines across 3 strategic corridors in Western Jamaica. Heavy construction commences this week, Mr. Speaker. The project covers 3 critical transmission corridors. The first runs from Martha Bray to Bounty Hall in Trelawney, strengthening water transmission capacity in one of Jamaica's fastest growing agricultural and residential areas. The second runs from Greenwood to Montego Bay in St. James, securing a reliable supply to Jamaica's second largest urban center and the engine of our tourism economy. The third corridor runs from Lucy to Negril through Hanover and Westmoreland, ensuring dependable delivery to communities along the western coast and to Negril, one of the country's most important and internationally recognized tourism destinations. Together, those corridors serve the 4 parishes of Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. This pipeline ranges from 500 to 800 millimeters. It is the largest pipe infrastructure investment since the Yalas pipeline. And Mr. Speaker, the pipes are currently being cleared at the wharf in Montego Bay. I'm pleased to report that these pipes are indeed here. The WWRIP will directly address the most persistent and consequential challenges facing the water system in Western Jamaica: aging infrastructure, high non-revenue water losses, inadequate pressure, and a network under growing strain from population growth, tourism expansion, and climate variability have a long undermined water security in this region. And though the benefits of this project are well known, my own experience with this project is precisely why my support is firmly behind the NAR bill, which will be debated later today. This was declared an emergency when the pipes ran dry in 2023. And in following the process faithfully, sticking to the law, and working on this day in, day out, including members of the Water Policy Unit and NWC working weekends, it took 3 years to get the pipes here. That is what the current structure took, and that is with complete focus on this project and bringing in experts in procurement and otherwise, just to be abundantly clear. Mr. Speaker, the water storage infrastructure that serves Jamaica today was largely built more than a generation ago. It has served us well, but time and population growth have outpaced it. Our population has expanded, our weather patterns have shifted, and what was adequate then is simply not adequate now. The government, through the NWC, will prioritize investments aimed at improving water storage capacity and system resilience. Central to this effort is a proposed upgrade of the Hermitage Dam, which is estimated at US $250 million, which will involve a comprehensive technical assessment of structural integrity, sediment levels, and eventual capacity enhancements. Complementing this initiative is a planned review which is underway of the Mona Reservoir to determine the appropriate size of an expansion of this facility, as well as necessary rehabilitation works. The third pillar of our capacity increase program is indeed the construction of the Rock River Dam in Clarendon. Mr. Speaker, at the community level, the NWC has identified critical storage tanks which are necessary to strengthen secondary storage and will be expending $7 million this fiscal year to increase storage at points of elevation benefiting communities. Production capacity, Mr. Speaker. The NWC has also enhanced its emergency response capability through the deployment of portable water treatment units, strategic partnerships with private suppliers to supplement water availability during drought conditions and supply disruptions. But, Mr. Speaker, new treatment capacity is also being pursued with the intended development of water treatment plants at Roaring River in Westmoreland and at the Rio Bueno through PPPs, which the government has engaged the IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank, to work with us to ensure that we get the best competitive offer. We will further complete the engineering and planning works that will allow for the upgrades and expansion of the White River Treatment Plant, the Martha Brae Treatment Plant, the Great River Treatment Plant facilities. This will add some 30 million gallons daily to the North Coast. Mr. Speaker, we intend to pursue the projects associated with national expansion of Jamaica's storage capacity and new production capacity through NAR. This presents the opportunity to truly increase our resilience in the water sector. Mr. Speaker, further critical infrastructure to be undertaken with NAR include the rehabilitation and replacement of the Yalas Negro River raw water pipeline, which will address aging infrastructure and improve supply reliability to the Kingston metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, colleagues should be aware of the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project. This is being undertaken at a $2.7 billion cost. This year, we have 517 million slated to be invested. As we continue that project, we expect water losses in Mandeville to go below 50% by next fiscal year, Mr. President, significantly improving space. Now, the capital program, this is where colleagues tend to place a lot of energy and discussion. Hopefully time will allow me to go through as many of the projects as is possible. This year, Mr. President, we will focus on the following systems. Mr. Speaker, the upgrade of the Itabaral Jordan Well systems at a cost of $60 million, and we're nearing completion on this, and this will bring benefits soon. The Black River Town Center to Arlington Parity Pipeline at a cost of $216 million, Mr. Speaker. We will complete work in Dornoch, Trelawney, and the Barron Hill Reservoir replacement at a cost of $86 million. The pipeline work will be a further $106 million. The technical start work for Rock River Low Ground Clarendon is already underway at a cost of $10 million. Sorry? Cheers. The Morant Bay Springfield to Seafort Morant Bay upgrade works will commence at a cost of $320 million. Improvements in the Savannah Lamar Township at a cost of $10 million. South Manchester, Grovetown to Cross Keys, $179 million, Mr. Speaker. Wakefield to Bunkers Hill in Trelawney, phase 2 at a cost of $90 million, Mr. Speaker. Christiana Spalding, 2 meetings, changing that line at a cost of $13 million. The line to Moravia at a cost of $90 million, members. The Juno Crescent, the completion of the Juno Crescent well development and lines associated with same at a cost of $80 million, Mr. Speaker. The line in Magati to Newton, that transfer pipeline will be completed this fiscal year at a cost of $44 million. The Rhine Park water supply in St. James, very important line. Procurement is complete. That will benefit from $78.6 million, member. Discovery Bay, Rosemount, Camelot, that line will see $45 million of investment this fiscal year, Mr. President. We will be investing a further $128 million in replacing the pipeline that runs along the Santa Cruz bypass, which has heavy line losses as well. Parnassus well upgrade system is projected to spend $96 million this year. We are doing some work on the Queen Heights system as well. We're doing work in Burnt Savannah at a cost of $84 million. We're doing work on the Grants Level well in Port Antonio at a cost of $10 million. We're upgrading the line in Yallas White Horses at a cost of $102 million, members. Yes, sir, at a cost of $102 million. Yes, member. Madam Speaker, the capital works list is extensive, but I will circulate to members. But there is no parish that is left out. But there are 9 projects that I pulled out of the sheet, which I think is important to mention. South Trelawney is on a larger capital project, member, so I will come to that in a second. But on the existing capital works, Mr. Speaker, there are 9 projects that have been the source of much social discomfort. And for that reason, we have prioritized works in these areas. This includes upgrades of the West Kingston water distribution, including the lines in Tivoli and Denham Town, which are severely degraded. Upgrades of the Duhaney Park water distribution network, which have been the source of much contention in recent weeks. The St. Benedict's Heights lines, that is a community that was done in Operation Pride and lines never laid, Mr. Speaker. Essex Hall in West Rural St. Andrew, Walker's Wood to Breadnut Hill in St. Anne, Mount Diablo and Top Hill in St. Catherine Northeast. The Sligoville distribution lines, Mr. Speaker, Rose Heights distribution line in central St. James, and retreat to Top Hill in western Westmoreland. These have all been the source of significant social pressure, Mr. Speaker. And the NWC will invest $1 billion cumulatively in these projects over the course of the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into geographic information systems and the strength of the residential and MSME amnesty, but I will state very clearly that we have processed over 15,000 customer requests, and the amnesty facilitated over 9,500 customers who were cut off before and facing the burdens of debt, having debt of over $781 million lifted from them and being reconnected. And it is a program that we are particularly proud of, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to run through pretty quickly. Mr. Speaker, over the last financial year, Rural Water would have completed projects in Rocky Point, Brandon Hill, Bunkers Hill, the Mother Floor System in Manchester, New Eden and Cascade in Portland, Top Road in St. Andrew, East Rural, Free Hill in Northwest St. Anne, Watermount Phase 2 in St. Catherine, and Lapland in St. James. We would have also done works with our schools at the New Gardens Primary School, Aberdeen High School, and indeed Mason Hall Primary School and Richmond Primary School. We would have expended over $450 million in the last fiscal year in closing these projects. In the current fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, just to read very clearly the projects that will be undertaken by the Rural Water Supply Limited through their capital projects, it includes... Yes, sir.
Just for clarity, about how long else do you have?
I can take 5 minutes and highlight the final sets of projects.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be playing tit for tat, but the Speaker was very clear. She said that we are allowed our time, plus for the ministers, 15 minutes, and for this side, 5 minutes. We have exhausted the time.
Yeah, I think the member is going to wrap up now. So we'll just ask the member to, we'll ask the member to go to his closing statement. No.
Minister, close.
Madam Speaker, just to announce that the projects that have long been announced and not executed will commence this year in Union Balaclava, Albert Town at the Ulster Springs in Trelawney, the Green Park to Bamboo Line in St. Anne, Mason Hall in St. Mary, Agwater Vale, and Port Morant, investing $36 million US, Madam Speaker. And in closing, last point I'd like to make, because I think it's a central commitment to the residents of Greenwich Farm, we will be closing the cesspool emptying facility, which has long been a source of pain to that community and affected the school, and we expect to start the construction this year. And that, I think that has been too long, and for the members that represent constituencies in Portmore, we've also started the design process for the relocation of the greater Portmore sewage plant, as well as the sewering of many of the communities that have suffered. Sorry for going over time, Madam Speaker. I will finish in ministerial statements at a later date.
Members, while the minister is being congratulated by his colleagues, the central air system is giving some challenges in the parliament, so you may find that you are a bit warm. No, you may not remove your jacket. The gown is far more than the jackets. The speaker can operate without the gown. Gown is massive, heavy. Members, let me just consult the House. For those who would like to remove their jackets, let me have you vote. Those in favor? Thank you very much. The nays have it. We will, no, I got it. There's no one in favor. House Leader, would you be so kind as to introduce our next speaker?
Marshall, the pointer. Well, the pointer. Madam Speaker, let us firstly thank the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change. A presentation full of work done, not announcements, work done, and also work that is to happen this year. Excellent presentation, excellent presentation. We now go to the member from St. Catherine. What is St. Catherine? St. Catherine Northwestern. And Madam Speaker, we are already aware of the time. You will have 30 minutes plus 5 additional minutes. Thank you.
Don't know start yet. Your mic is on. I don't see the presentation.
The time for your presentation is in front of you. It's to your right, so that's
no, I
your
don't see the
time.
presentation itself. Great.
You have to start though, you know.
Hmm? Yes, we did. They're downstairs. It says what? Who haven't received it? We sent that to them from the... Yes, I was sent to the water. That's not the word. That's... I'm just resend it to them. Give me the...
But Madam Speaker, I know the member is trying to upload his presentation. We hope that that can happen in quick time, but we are pressed, so we ask the member, until that happens, the marshal is trying to sort it out. Until that happens, the member starts and the presentation will catch up.
Yeah. What is the password? All right, tell me. Yes, I'm doing. Give me it again. ICT help us. Help desk. Yes. At JA Parliament. JA Parliament. .gov.JA. That's it. All right, send it again. Okay. Yeah. I say. We have it done. All right. Mhm. All right.
Member Crawford, unfortunately, they're still checking and cannot find the presentation. We are giving you 5 minutes from the time you were slated to start at 3:39, after which you would have to start, or we would have to move to the business of the house, continue with the business of the house, and then come back to the presentation.
Okay.
Would you,
So you
what
said
would you
5 minutes, you
prefer?
said?
5 minutes take you to 3:44. 6
Okay.
minutes,
No
3:45.
problem.
I'll give you
I'll start
another
in
minute.
Oh,
Yeah, you should
that
have
is-
started at 3:39. I'll give you one more minute, member. Marshall, they're trying to pull it up from a flash drive instead.
I'm trying to pull it up on my- She's giving us the 5 minutes. Oh. Touch on.
All right, Madam Speaker, in light of the circumstances, and as the member seems to require the presentation to follow, we suggest the other approach, that we go forward in public business, continue the debate on NARA, and then we return. There are two options before the House. Is either the member starts without the presentation, which has been suggested, but the member has still not started. Right? No, man, that time is up. No, it was
His
from,
time started
from the
at
time when he
3:39
started.
and ended at 3:44, which is 2
So
minutes
we're
ago.
not saying not take the presentation. We're saying is either the member is ready now.
Ready.
Member Crawford, you have elected to commence?
Yes, I will.
Thanks, member.
No problem.
I think your mic went off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the House for their patience. I would hope that somewhere along in the presentation, we will get the benefit of the audiovisual as we move along. I want to say just a quick thanks to my colleagues on this side and the other for having been cordial with me and also having made me feel welcome back to the House. I want to also acknowledge within the galleries persons, friends of mine from the constituency and otherwise, and also persons in my support. And I want to publicly acknowledge my junior shadow person, or my deputy, newly minted Senator Thames, who is also here and in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the parents, teachers, administrators, and students who are the tenants of the education system, now in the state of progressive collapse. Their experience are not anecdotal, and today I will play the role of a forensic auditor seeking to understand and examine the structural integrity of the system at every level, to identify and name the specific points of failure, and to determine and hold accountable those who are charged with the management of the system. Madam Speaker, the evidence along the education system of inadequacy is stark and continuous. The evidence of failure is documented, consistent, and undeniable. The causes of failure are structural, chronic, and policy-driven, and the inadequate responses are generally immaterial and has fallen catastrophically short of what is necessary. Failure, as we indicated, Madam Speaker, is consistent across every level of education. The evidence of failure is not isolated and is systematic. I've documented this evidence and is consistent across all levels. Madam Speaker, it is the duty of education to transition our children up each floor and eventually across onto the bridge of productivity and economic participation. However, that failure is stark. The crisis starts at the very top. Jamaica's tertiary enrollment stands at 19% for the ages of 19 to 14. And so for the ages of 19 to 14, only 19% of Jamaicans are currently enrolled in tertiary education. An example can be done for Barbados at 65% and Trinidad at 36%. Within the labor force, only 16% have a tertiary exposure or education. And when one considers our youth that are not in education, employment, or training, it currently stands at 124,000. Madam Speaker, an assessment of our labor force indicates that the vast majority of exposure is at the upper secondary level. And please note I did not say completion, but exposure. The 51% of the labor force have been exposed to the upper secondary level, 5% only to the primary level, 20% at the lower secondary level, and 16% have been exposed at the tertiary level. Madam Speaker, the workforce is indeed moving in the wrong direction. The total labor force, Madam Speaker, has shifted by 12%. However, youth not in education, employment, or training has shifted 31%. Indeed, at this point, Madam Speaker, in 2020, there was 108,000 of those young people not in education, training, or employment. This 2025 was registered at 124,700. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in 2020, tertiary enrollment for 19 to 24 was 22%. It has shifted downwards to now only 19%. Madam Speaker, we have 887 workers without qualification at current. Indeed, the total without qualification in 2020 was 727,000. In 2025 is 887,000. In just 5 years, approximately 160,000 more persons have entered the workforce without qualification. This is larger than some of our parishes' population. Additionally, our men are extremely at risk, as in 2025, 560,000 of the men in employment was without any form of qualification, and for women, 327,000. This, I must point out, Madam Speaker, does not include the 722,000 that is not within the labor force. the set that have withdrawn themselves from seeking opportunity to work. So indeed, if one should assume correctly that the vast majority of those that have given up on the probability of employment would be in the same position as the 887,000 that have no qualification, we have at this point over 1 million persons of the ripe working age that is without any qualification at all. One would therefore be wondering if Heart Trust NTA is coming to the rescue. However, Madam Speaker, the simple answer to that is a categorical no. Indeed, in 2024-2025, Heart NSTA enrolled 137,442 persons. One would be surprised to note that the certification rate of those persons was only 39.3%. Of the 137,422, only 53,669 were certified. This indicates that over 80,000 having been enrolled for that particular year did not achieve the most basic of certification. Madam Speaker, this is a continuation of the assessment by the Auditor General in 2020 that found that the average certification rate for Heart Trust NTA over the 5-year period of assessment was 45%. Madam Speaker, instead of seeking to fix things, the Heart Trust NTA decided to surrender their ambition and indicated that the goal that they had at that time of 70 to 80% certification was indeed, and I quote, a stretch goal, and that they would revise from an internal assessment the expectation to 45 to 50%. Madam Speaker, an analysis of this year suggests that they even missed that particular goal because we are now at 39%. Madam Speaker, the OECD global average is 62%, and many other institutions are way above Jamaica. When you look at this reality, one recognizes that we are facing a serious problem. Now, when we further analyze those that were actually certified, the vast majority was certified at level 2, what is now currently the lowest level of certification, as they have been phasing out level 1. 70% were level 2, 15% were level 3, and 3% was level 4. It made no sense for us to continue from 5 to 8, as the numbers were indeed immaterial. The level 2 are supervised workers that cannot operate without supervision. Madam Speaker, when we go to the secondary floor, it continues. Only 19%. The Lord is good all the time. Page 15. Page 15. And the staff, of course, of the parliament. Page 15. One more down. Yes. Next again. Next. All right. So as we can see here, only 1 in 5 students leave with the basic certification that is necessary, equivalent to what the United States call a GED. There would have been a uproar in the United States, member from St. James, appropriately dressed in the national colors, if the GED rate was only 19%. Indeed, if you look at the numbers, because sometimes the percents become misleading, of the 30-something thousand, 34,000 that sat the exam, 6,000 achieved the basic minimum, and 26,000 did not achieve that minimum of 5 subjects, including math and English. Now, if you look, Madam Speaker, that this have been consistent for a while, over a 10-year period, you would have 260,000 that did not achieve 5 subjects, including math and English. To the opposite, you will have only 60,000 that would have achieved this. So, This is 1 year. This is 1 year. No, next, go next. Yes. It is said, Madam Speaker, that the ministry has therefore sought to disregard and to sell a lie in the conversation moving forward. And this has been proven when we consider math and English, as has been reported by the Ministry of Education, and as is the reality when it comes to the assessment of the numbers. More recently, Madam Speaker, we saw a headline in the newspaper that suggested that improved performance in 2025 CSEC English and Math. There, the minister suggested that Jamaica was outpacing and outperforming the Caribbean. And I would quote, the minister says, regional average is 80% for student pass in English. We have surpassed the region in English A. The region average for mathematics is 39% of students passing mathematics. We are above the regional average again in mathematics, and unquote. However, Madam Speaker, this quote is deeply misleading. A serious assessment of the mathematics passes would have shown the following. 1, the lowest level of enrollment in the last 2 decades. In 2025, enrollment was 32,339 compared to 2023 of 35,768. Of course, one may assume that maybe the birth rate have changed. A quick assessment of a reasonable period for which a 16 or 17-year-old will be doing the exam indicated that only 200 more persons were born in that specific year. So what this is showing is that in 2025, there was less participation of the age cohort in the examination and school process. Secondly, in 2025 was also the lowest in 2 decades sitting, 17,831. And the examiners wanted to assess by suggesting that the pass rate was only for those who sat the examination. This big hullabaloo and grandstanding about moving from 37% to 44% only included 9 additional passes. In 2024, we had 7,817. In 2025, we had 7,826. Indeed, Madam Speaker, while it is that if you look as a percentage of those who sat the examination at 43%, if you look at a percent of those enrolled, our mathematics passes is 24.2%. Now, it must be admitted and added that all our children are to be doing mathematics and English. And so an appropriate assessment would have been of the enrollment at this particular point in time. Madam Speaker, there is also a greater cause for concern because further analysis suggested that approximately 20% of the age cohort were not even enrolled. They had given up on school. And so therefore, while it's 24% of the enrollment, it's 19.3% of the age cohort that passed mathematics. Madam Speaker, this grandstanding of ahead of the Caribbean has been proven untruthful, as the vast majority of the Caribbean countries that we seek to compare enroll more than 70%, sit 70% of their enrollment sit these examinations. We go further, Madam Speaker, to move to the English language. Again, we would have seen lowest level of enrollment, lowest level of persons sitting the examinations. However, an assessment of those who pass would indicate that of sitting, we are at 85%, but at enrollment, we are at 51.7%. If we go back to the conversation that the minister herself had, that we were almost at 80% as a Caribbean average, that 51% would be far from the Caribbean average. Madam Speaker, is it therefore within our permit to ignore thousands of Jamaican children who would have not been given even the opportunity as assessed by their teachers to enter, and then claim that we are improving if we should do a reduction of those who sit and the percent from those who pass. Back up. Madam Speaker, at the primary level, it continues. The fourth grade literacy rate in 2025 indicated 65% at full literacy. This is down from 84% in 2015. Madam Speaker, we're moving in the wrong direction. For English language, at the PEP level, over 10,000 students did not achieve basic proficiency. And in mathematics, almost over 12,000 did not achieve basic proficiency. Madam Speaker, at that level, we found that less than 60% were proficient in all courses. From the age of 12, the failing is evident and prevalent in our children going forward. Madam Speaker, we move to the basement. And here at the early childhood level, an assessment was done of 4-year-olds to see if they're ready for education. Of the 29,729 that were assessed, only 54% was said to be at the level for ready for education. The other 46% was said not to be at the level for education. Now, Madam Speaker, the assessment of this information goes further, where it indicated that almost 11% did not show up for assessment. So this 29,000 is not indicative of the total number of persons enrolled, as many, about 11%, did not show up to be assessed. The actual assumption that is reasonable is the vast majority of those did not see themselves prepared to be ready at age 4 for education. Madam Speaker, what we have seen in early childhood education is a habit of underfunded and low contributions. Indeed, when one looks at early childhood chronically underfunded, public funding 24.24% of GDP, the international standard is 1%. Fully certified institutions are at 15%, and degree holders, teachers with degrees within the sector, are at 18.7%. Madam Speaker, 4.3 years of learning, the World Bank indicated, Jamaicans have been going to school for 11.4 years, is likely to have effective learning of 7.1 years, indicating that an average student in 11th grade is performing at the 7th grade level because of 4.3 years of learning loss. That actual assessment by the World Bank, same study, indicated that because of inaccess to adequate education and health, approximately the Jamaicans per individual would be 53% as productive when they grow up as if they got the adequate education and the adequate health care. This, Mr. Prime Minister, is where the productivity problem starts and where the productivity solution lies. The actual assessment of these realities have proven that there are certain gaps in the literature that have contributed to this failure. One of those gaps include technology, absenteeism, nutrition, etc. And I indicate here a comparison of Campion and Holy Trinity. Not to disparage Holy Trinity, but to just show the reality. It is certain among all of us, and we will bet a reasonable sum, that the person at Campion, all things held constant, have greater access to technology. We would accept that the person of Campion compared to Holy Trinity is less absent. We would accept that nutrition is more available to the person at Campion. We will accept that teachers and quality teachers are more likely to be constantly and consistently available at Campion. We will accept that Campion students would have much greater access to learning materials, more parent involvement, also highly motivated or a higher level of motivation, and have gotten early exposure. This is where the solution lies, Madam Speaker. Now let's assess what the government has done. In contributing to the technology gap, the government has pronounced and celebrated 3,000 laptops being distributed to 500 primary schools. Now, first of all, it means that about 300 primary schools have gotten no laptop. However, those who got a laptop only got 6 laptops. So therefore, the schools to share among themselves receive 6 laptops each. No, that assessment have been done here with the different schools and the frequency. Those schools that we have 1 to 100 students, they are getting 18 minutes per laptop. The one with 100 to 200, they're getting 9 minutes. And if we go to ones with 500 to 1,000, they're getting 3 minutes from the laptop. Go on. Now, further, Madam Speaker, the minister indicated in the Standing Finance Committee that we would have, the target was 30 laptops. Now, the goal is 60 minutes per day. In that assessment, therefore, 235 of the smallest schools, or 10% of our children, would be adequate. However, the other 90% would still, even with the goal, not be adequate. It is taking less time to turn on your phone, to put in your password, than the child will have with a laptop. When it comes to the nutrition gap, we have seen where between 25 and 33% of students arrive at school hungry. That is a research in Jamaica, that between 25 and 33% don't get hungry when they get to school. They arrive at school hungry, leave them yard hungry. We also found 55% food insecurity, 30% skipping meals, and 29% have been hungry for at least 1 day in that week of assessment. Madam Speaker, what has been the government intervention? Big and bold in the budget was that they were allocating 347 million for basic school nutrition. When one analyzed that there's 111,000 persons currently at the basic school level, at 190 days, this translates to $18.24 per child per day. This is the contribution that the government highlights that they're giving. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for protection. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the PATH program has over 180,000 children participating on PATH. The government has decided that they will target for breakfast 69,000 students. One assessed the $1 billion that they have allocated. Those 69,000 students, that is not inclusive of approximately 110,000 students who are in need and on path. Those 69,000 have a contribution of $76.26 per day. Madam Speaker, the principals have been concerned, and there have been high levels of quarrel among them for this reality. One of the most recent was that a principal wrote to the teachers that they will only be able to distribute for the rest of the term 3 days per week because it's not sufficient to spend on the entire amount. Madam Speaker, we also suffer from chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is said to be missing 10% of the school year. That's 19 days. We are going as high as 35% in some of our regions, and the lowest region is 18%, that is Kingston. So every single region is in the category of chronic absenteeism. Indeed, in some deep rural areas, we have as high as 55% absenteeism, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they have indicated in a hurricane recovery myth that all our schools are open. However, Madam Speaker, assessment in that suggests that there is hidden absenteeism. What is meant by hidden absenteeism? A child is only perceived absent if he was supposed to be at school. At this point, there are some schools still offering 3 days on and 2 days off to have a rotation of students, causing among the children a learning loss of 40 to 60% because they were not supposed to be at school, not calculated in the absenteeism numbers. Indeed, the newspaper indicated that in St. Elizabeth, over 400 students were still not found. But if you don't only read the headline, you will see further down where the police himself indicated we went into a very small sample to collect information, and we reached 400 before we went into the large sample. Indeed, despite the Ministries of Education pronouncement The president of the Students' Council Association for that region indicated that in Hanover, St. James, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, they were observing less than half the usual capacity in the classrooms. This is what we are going, Madam Speaker. As we move forward, we see Region 1 is 18%, Region 2 is 20%, 3, 18%, Region 4, 28 to 34%, Region 6, 35%. Every single region is in the phase of chronic absenteeism. Madam Speaker, there's been a reality that absenteeism leads to dropout. And the research done by the World Bank have indicated that at the different levels of education, we can are attending or enrolled. At the upper secondary, 58%, because more and more they have dropped out. Madam Speaker, when we go down and look at some of the reasons for this dropout, we see that 41% of the boys simply said they're no longer interested. Now, if we should look at the total number between 2010 and 2017, you will realize that there's an increase in the number that just don't want to attend school. There's a decrease in the value of education in that period of time. In 2010, 90% said they simply didn't want to. In 2017, 32% said they simply didn't want to. When we look at our boys, they're the ones that clearly don't want to. But look at our girls. 49% had to drop out because of pregnancy. This is a major problem that we have to consider, Madam Speaker. And to this, of the total female dropout, teen pregnancy, Madam Speaker, has become a problem in this country. Indeed, the average as recorded by the Jamaican institutions is 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, if one looks at the reality that there is approximately 13 years of education between age 6 to age 17, we will recognize that in school at this time, 78,000 children are children of children in school at this particular point in time, looking at the rate of 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, we therefore are asking for a reconsideration once again of the age of consent, and I once again believe that this parliament should consider the movement from 16 to 18 as we move from a 5-year secondary institution to a 7-year secondary experience going forward. Move forward. Madam Speaker, we have to protect our children. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, we're asking for these things to be considered. Madam Speaker, the government response have been failed bus system. They have also impacted negatively the teachers' ownership of vehicles, despite the insistence that the principals and the guidance counselors should move into these areas to interface with the children and get them back. There has been no increase in the PATH program. Madam Speaker, there's an exodus of teachers moving out of school. 10 years ago, 350 resignations in that year. In 2022, 1,800 resignations in that particular year. Madam Speaker, additionally, 145 math teachers resigned in 2022. That's 10% of the math teachers that are available to the system. Madam Speaker, the government has failed with no retention plan. They have also insulted our teachers with a 2% increase proposal, simply have replaced the 1% NHT, and also they have not considered the band that the teachers were assigned by Ernest & Young to put those persons from band 4 to band 5. Madam Speaker, we don't have to discuss safety because we have seen the level of safety concerns within our schools. Madam Speaker, as it relates to early childhood, it has been proven that the returns on a $1 investment in early childhood is up to $17 for a investment in $1 of early childhood. A longitudinal study in Jamaica indicated that 25% in additional earning for those at the age of 22 once they access early childhood education. And at the age of 31, they were earning 43% more than those who did not access early childhood education. Madam Speaker, education, they earn more, they are significantly less likely to engage in crime, Minister Chang, transitions more smoothly through the entire system, are more likely to attend school consistently, they build cognitive foundations for lifelong learning, and also they are more likely to complete their education. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education has sought to paint over these cracks and indicated that only 108 early childhood institutions did not have a degree-trained teacher. One access to the census done by the ECI, the Institute, the Early Childhood Institute, indicated that only 1,518 teachers and 658 are sure not to have a trained teacher. One wonders, therefore, where did we get that information of 108? Now, this trained teacher must also be established to be an exaggeration because most are diploma trained, despite the government's insistence that they should be degree trained. Additionally, the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Education indicated that they were investing $38 billion in early childhood education when the budget before us indicated only $8.5 billion. So one must wonder where they're getting this. Of the Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom indicate that it is the right of every child who is a citizen of Jamaica to publicly funded tuition in a public education institution at the pre-primary and primary levels. Madam Speaker, that has not been assessed. And therefore, when the Minister of Education answered in the Standing Finance Committee that she believed that this was actually being implemented, it left me with no further action to take than to seek the court's intervention to determine if this right has been satisfied. Madam Speaker, the system failure is that underfunding is a breach of the Constitution. Of 30% to 90% are being absent is a breach of the constitutional right. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, on the 7th of April 2026, I filed a constitutional challenge on behalf of the people of Jamaica, and today we are seeking to inform the government that we'll be seeking a constitutional assessment on if the right to a free primary at a free institution is being actually distributed to our children. Madam Speaker, in a just society, education is not a privilege to be managed. It is a right to be guaranteed. It is the true intention of the members on this side to place children at the heart of the Jamaican future. Madam Speaker, in 2011, we reached across the aisle and established the right. I believe in 2026, we should once again reach across the aisle and ensure that the right is actually implemented. Madam Speaker, we are not here only to celebrate its existence, but we want to implement that right in full. Madam Speaker, what we have presented is a clear and present reality that the failures in education gets worse under this government, and that there must be an intervention for our children to once again become the center of development in the Jamaican situation.
Thanks, member. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the member for staying within the time limit for the presentation. And I am sure the presentation will be the subject of significant review. But we thank the member for his contribution. And his final slide about let's go together is a good note to end on and to move into the continuation of the debate around the National Reconstruction Authority. Let us go together. Madam Speaker, as we are in public business, we are going to continue the debate on the National Reconstruction Authority. I know that there are some members who have indicated. I know, so no, we're going to continue. We're in public business now. We had suspended the agenda to come to public business. Under public business, we're going to continue. We're going to continue the debate on NARA. So I'm going to ask, Madam Speaker, that we suspend the sectorial debate until next week. Let's suspend the sectorial.
So members, just for your information, there is nothing in respect of the agenda items for today that would prevent us from continuing in public business with the debate on the NARA bill. We now ask that the House approve the suspension of the sectoral debates to continue next week. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was indicating, we will further on recommit other matters of the agenda. But as we are in public business and those matters don't touch on concern the NARA bill, we want to continue the debate to closing and take the NARA bill through all its stages today. So the members who have not yet participated, who intend to participate, they can indicate so that
House Leader, I have asked both leaders of opposition business and the leader of government business to provide the names of the members who are expected to participate today in the debates in respect of the NARA bill. And I've also asked for a sequence so that it is far more orderly. So I will start with the opposition. The first member on the opposition side slated to speak is the member from Westmoreland Eastern.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by making one thing absolutely clear. On this side of the House, we do not oppose reconstruction. We do not oppose resilience. And we certainly do not oppose urgent action for the people of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, and all the other parishes that are recovering from Hurricane Melissa. What we oppose firmly, responsibly, and unapologetically is construction without safeguards. Because, Madam Speaker, history teaches us that when large sums of money, emergency powers, and weak oversight converge, the result is not efficiency, it is risk. Risk of nepotism, cronyism, victimization, maladministration, and rampant corruption. The core problem, Madam Speaker, is a gap between promise and law. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister delivered his presentation, and in his presentation he spoke about transparency, accountability, independent oversight, and national unity. But this House is not voting on a speech. We are voting on a law. And when we examine the law, the bill before us, we see a troubling pattern. Many of the safeguards described in the Prime Minister's presentation are not in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, because I realize that there are issues about the presentation and the bill, I decided to examine both carefully. And in looking at it, I went to the memorandum of objects and reasons, because we are being asked to just follow some things blindly. And I am not willing to do so, because I have seen persons oppose even those things which are not disputable. For instance, I am happy today to read the memorandum of objects and reasons to see that we have finally decided that the hurricane actually made landfall in New Hope in Westmoreland. It took us months to agree that Westmoreland was where the hurricane made landfall. Months. Several reports said that it made landfall in Black River, which then affected how resources were mobilized. There are several records to show.
On a point of order.
Several records to show.
No, listen. On a point of order.
Several reports.
The member is misleading the House. There was no official report emanating from any authorized agency of government that indicated that the hurricane made landfall outside of New Hope. The member is misleading the House to give the impression, as he has said, that a wrong pronouncement was made and the resources followed suit. That is incorrect, and the member should withdraw.
Madam Speaker, several persons. I can make my presentation today, and there is nobody in here that can tell me that I can't make my presentation. So look here. Don't start. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. You know, Madam Speaker, point of order about what? The same thing that he said?
Madam Speaker, we can't move on without addressing this point. He said, we said, which suggested that that we can send for the answer. He said, we said many times that the hurricane made landfall, and went on to say we said the hurricane made landfall in Black River. That was never said, because it's just factually inaccurate. So the member can continue, but he cannot mislead the House on the point.
Madam Speaker, the memorandum of objects and reasons said that the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihood, economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. It went on to say that the hurricane damage is estimated at $12.2 billion US. Now, a GIS article
in November of 2025 said that re-dwellings, we had damage to 156,000 and that 24,000 of them were totally lost. I have looked throughout this bill, Madam Speaker, about reconstruction, and I am yet to find the section that speaks about the reconstruction of the 156,000 houses that were damaged and the 24,000 that were destroyed. Significant housing loss. We came here and the Minister of Energy made a point that we needed to mobilize resources to get resources to JPS so that we could have electricity returned to the residents by the end of February. Today is the 28th of April 2026, and over 2,500 residents in Eastern Westmoreland are still without electricity.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House. If you look at Hansard as to what I said, February 28th, save and accept for those areas that had specific challenges. He failed to add that. And I can say, Madam Speaker, I can say that as of today, we're at 99.6% with under 2,000 people still without electricity to be done in the month of April to May. So, if you're going to quote me properly, please.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to pick a fight with the Minister of Energy. I'm not. No, I'm not. Madam Speaker, when you say 99.6% of the country has been restored, the report that I got a week ago, and the minister said at a press conference a week ago that there were approximately 3,000 residents without electricity, and that 2,561 of them are from Westmoreland. The report from the CEO of JPS is that 2,561 residents from Eastern Westmoreland are without electricity. So I don't understand how that is becoming a controversial matter. The hurricane made landfall in the constituency, devastated the constituency, and we have seen no priority attention in there to get back electricity to these persons. And when we have this bill, I am taking this bill.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time.
Minister, hold on. I cannot hear you at all. Members. Go ahead, Minister. I could not hear a word.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time. And it so happens that that happens to be me at this particular moment. I am going to read from a report of the 26th to show that he's misleading the House. He's misleading the House. As of today's date, it is 99.71% restoration. Westmoreland is at 94% with 1,937 persons still without electricity. And in St. Elizabeth, 80. This is a report that I got hours ago today from the Jamaica Public Service. So you can't say that the managing director of JPS giving you a different report than he's giving me. You are wrong, and you must admit it and stop misleading the House.
Madam Speaker, am I going to be allowed to make my presentation?
Members, If a point of order is raised and the person who is on their feet debating wish to respond to the point of order, I'm going to hold on. No, you're missing the point, member, and I won't name you. It is for the benefit of the person who is on their feet so they don't lose time. So member from Westmoreland East and others who will speak after, when a point of order is raised, if you would like to respond to it, please signal, because that way your time does not continue to run. I do not want you to lose time in the debate. If you are not responding to the point of order, then your presentation continues.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be abundantly clear. The report that I got from the CEO just over a week ago stated that you have 2,561 customers in Eastern Westmoreland that are without electricity. That is the report that was given. If you simply go to Google and type in VAS electricity 2,561, it will come up. Now, the point I am making, Madam Speaker, is that I want to support this bill because the people in the constituency have been devastated. But I want to see in this bill the reconstruction for the people in Eastern Westmoreland. The small business operators whose businesses were built in the same way that their houses were built also lost their businesses. The small farmers down there, the shopkeepers who need electricity to refrigerate their items, they don't have it. And I am not seeing that in this bill, and that is what I want to see in there. How it is that we are going to impact on the small people in Eastern Westmoreland who are suffering. Today being April 28th is exactly 6 months since the passage of the hurricane. And we still have these persons without the basic commodity. You know, Madam Speaker, I came today, I came prepared because I knew this was going to happen. I came with my Bible, I came with my Bible. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I came prepared because I knew it was going to happen. And I want to turn it, Madam Speaker. Proverbs 1 verse 10, Madam Speaker. My son, if sinners entice you, do not consent. I am not consenting today to the disruption that is coming from over there. No consent today. No. Madam Speaker, the priority program of the government to deal with the housing situation is the roofs program. The roofs program, Madam Speaker, has left a lot of persons without receiving any assistance. But I'm not even going there yet, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about those who have received something. First thing is that if we are talking about reconstruction and resilience, how is it that somebody would have lost their entire home, which is what severe represents in the roof program, and the allocation is $500,000? Who can rebuild a house with just $500,000? Who can rebuild a resilient house with just $500,000? There is absolutely nothing that speaks to that in this. And members whose constituencies were not affected can say whatever they want to say. When you travel across Eastern Westmoreland and the parish of Westmoreland, several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Right? Now, Madam Speaker, up to this morning, I got a call up to this morning. An individual who received
Members.
a grant.
Minister, before you make your point of order, members, Deputy Speaker, members, I am not going to interrupt. I am not going to interrupt unless I am asked for the protection by the member. I will allow you to continue your debate. So where a member needs my intervention in today's debate, you ask for it. No, that's what I'm definitely doing, member. No, not at all. Especially the member who doesn't need my protection. Members, in addition, let me help you with appreciating what happens for the general public. For the general public, the members who are seated behind the presenter who are shouting in the mic, you actually disturb their presentation, particularly in respect of the public listening because of how the mic system operates, far more than persons who are further away. So just for our understanding, when the noise comes from both sides of the house, and particularly when it comes from close to the person presenting, you significantly disturb the presentation of the member closest to you. Now, there is a point of order being raised. Minister Charles, are you member? Point of order?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying my best to listen to the full sentence from the member, but
I'm not hearing you well. You have to project because
I'm saying I was trying my best to listen before I call for the point of order to see if the sentence in completion would have not misguided the country. But when the member gives the impression that the roofs program was meant to provide all or rebuild all, it will mislead the country. Allow me. And why I say so, why I'm saying so, Speaker, is when you say that that cannot rebuild, you will give somebody who's listening the impression that that was the intention of the government when we have other programs under the shelter recovery that provide full solutions, right? So the roofs program is never meant to be a full solution. There are other elements of the shelter recovery program that do so. It's very important then that the member not mislead the country with his utterances. Thank you, please.
Madam Speaker.
Would you be so kind to turn your mic back on? Once you have intervened, please turn your mic off. I'm trying not to turn off the mic of the presenter.
Madam Speaker, I'll move on. The point I'm making, and I'm being very clear about the point that I'm making. If the roofs program was not intended to address the 156,000 persons that have damages to their dwelling, or the 24,000 that have total loss, then it would mean that those people, their reconstruction would need to be in this bill. And that is the point that I'm making, that if we are discussing reconstruction and resilience, then the housing damage that was suffered, which is a significant percentage of the 12.2 billion US dollars, then that must get priority attention in the bill that is on reconstruction. Now, I got a call today, Madam Speaker, and the individual was complaining that they haven't gotten anything from roofs. And so I checked with the ministry. And when I checked, the ministry said that the person already benefited from a program through TEF. So I checked as to how much did the person benefit from TEF. The person got $100,000 worth of material. And based on that, the person is ineligible to benefit from the roofs program, which means this individual who suffered total loss to their dwelling and under the roofs program would have qualified for $500,000. Because they got $100,000 a tourism worker, they now become ineligible to benefit from the roofs program. That is something that must be addressed.
Yes.
There is actually a difference between politics and governance, Madam Speaker. When I'm on the political platform, I am one of the most strident politicians you will find, making my political point. But when I'm in here, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the governance and how the lives of the people that I represent are being affected. Now, Madam Speaker, this contradiction between the PM's presentation and the bill is seen in several places. Oversight is promised, but is not legislated. We were told that there would be an independent oversight body, JAMROC, modeled after EPOC. We were told it will provide public accountability, independent scrutiny, and even opposition representation. But, Madam Speaker, JAMROC is not in the bill. The PM claims robust independent oversight, but the bill does not create it. There is no statutory body with the appropriate governance structure. And if you look at the PM's presentation, the PM took the opportunity to point out some examples. He said that after the Great East Japan earthquake of 2011, Japan established a dedicated reconstruction agency. What he did not tell us is that it had a board. He then went on to speak about Dominica established the Climate Resilient Execution Agency, CREAD. What he didn't tell us was that it had a board. Then he went on to speak about in Jamaica, former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson, the great man from Eastern Westmoreland, established the Office of National Reconstruction after Hurricane Ivan. When he did so, Madam Speaker, he wanted a non-political individual to chair the committee. And he decided that he was going to second someone from the EOJ. And so he seconded none other than Danville Walker, who ended up not being non-political after all, because he contested the election in central Manchester. But he chaired it. There was no overreach. They had a committee that had representation from the PNP, from the JLP, from NGOs, from private sector, and they had to get approval for the projects that they were doing. So to just give the examples without speaking of the governance framework that was behind those examples is misleading. Now, there is no legal requirement for independent monitoring, no reporting schedule, no obligation to publish oversight reports. Instead, what the bill says, it says that the minister may give direction to the authority, and the authority shall comply. Madam Speaker, that is not independent oversight. That is executive control. As the House is being asked to rely on executive assurances instead of legislative safeguards, you cannot ask Parliament to pass hard powers into statute and accept the soft safeguards on trust. There is a concentration of power in the executive. Madam Speaker, let us examine the structure being created under this bill. The PM appoints the CEO. The minister determines the CEO terms, remunerations, and conditions. The minister can issue binding directions. The cabinet determines which projects proceed. The authority cannot implement plans without cabinet approval. And critically, there is no governing board. Clear accountability without independent oversight is not accountability. It is concentration of power. It is heavy ministerial and cabinet control over appointment, approvals, direction, project flow. What the government calls streamlined accountability may in practice become streamlined political control. Reprocurement. This is possibly the most serious omission. Madam Speaker, let us turn to procurement, the single most sensitive area in any reconstruction program. The Prime Minister himself admitted that the procurement framework is not in the bill and will instead be created by ministerial order. This is the Prime Minister. On the specific question of procurement, the procurement framework for NARA is not incorporated in the bill itself. It is the government's intention that the Minister of Finance will issue an order under Section 3, Subsection 3 of the Public Procurement Act 2015, exempting NARA from the standard procurement regime and specifying the particular terms and conditions that will apply to NARA's procurement activities. End of quote. Madam Speaker, let us pause right there. Parliament is being asked to create the authority, grant it power to spend billions, allow it to procure goods, works, and services without knowing the procurement rules that will govern those contracts. No tendering principles, no publication requirement, no conflict of interest provision, no mandatory disclosure framework for awards, after. As the member from South Manchester said, the House should not approve a blank check without guardrails. Extra, yes, you don't hear the quotation. You don't hear the quotation. There are extraordinary powers to override existing laws. Madam Speaker, the bill will not merely coordinate, it overrides. It allows the authority to direct agencies on how to process approvals, impose deadlines, require concurrent approvals, proceed without waiting on other approvals, and even modify or make exception to zoning requirements. And if agencies resist, the authority can apply for a step-in order, where the minister effectively grants the approval himself with full legal effect. Madam Speaker, speed is necessary, but speed must not also a process that remains internal to the executive. There are transparency claims authority will operate with unprecedented transparency. But what does the bill actually require? One, a register of projects and the obligation with criminal penalties for disclosure. There is no requirement to publish procurement awards, no requirement to publish contracts, no requirement to publish step-in decisions. Performance dashboard. Madam Speaker, a registry is not transparency. Member from St. Andrew North Central. The FAST program, Madam Speaker, that is narrowly tailored disaster recovery is a broad investment fast-track regime. Madam Speaker, we are not here to block progress. We are not here to statutory oversight. There should and publications duties, guarantee opposition participation, and require semi-annual public reports. The procurement safeguards in law of all major contracts. With transparency, mandatory provision of project list and update, procurement awards, directive issues, the parliamentary oversight. There should be mandatory semi-annual reports to Parliament, not in closing, Madam Speaker, the bill is being presented as a vehicle for national transformation, and it may very well be. The country needs PDS, but the country needs safeguards. If Jamrock is essential, put it in the bill. If those measures are truly essential, they should be written into the legislation before Parliament passes it. Checked power. We do not support rebuilding on a weak governance foundation. Let us not just
We'll take next the member from St. Andrew West. The member from St. Andrew Southwest.
I was within the time and certainly on point on the few points I wanted to make. We pass fair laws and we pass good bills in the best interest of Jamaica. So in this regard, I went and I looked at the objects of the bill to make provision for the management and implementation of post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa and for resilience generally. And this has my full support. In fact, I don't believe that there's anyone in Jamaica who would not support these objects. Yes? I am, however, extremely concerned that such an important institution, having a highly centralized, almost one-man driven structure, who himself is handpicked by the minister, with a blank check and unfettered powers. And that also there are very weak provisions for transparency and accountability. I'm concerned about that. And what makes this even that much harder to vote yes is that it's being railroaded through Parliament by a government who had no problem in 2017, yeah, agreeing to 427 million Jamaican dollars and paying out 50% of that as a deposit for used cars for our police officers without any accountability. Even now, not a soul know where they carry them there. The same government with the ministers spending money on the big birthday cake. Who remember the Nutri-Bullet scandal? Who remember that? Producing less, costing more, with no real accountability for distribution. Anybody here remember CMU and how taxpayers' money was being spent in 2019? The truth is that the same issues in all of those. Yeah, man, that was the used car scandal we talked about. The same issues, serious procurement breaches, contract bidding rules being breached, payments to connected persons as contractors. And it was the same issue with Petrojam, with Nestle. Who remember Western Hospitality Institute? Yeah? That many thought was a eat a food prosperity thing. Go on. So when all these things are on my mind, it makes me very uneasy. Yes? I also want to remind us that in most of the cases I've cited, what the Auditor General's recommendation was. It was about adherence to public procurement laws and the transparency of the process. But I guess now we don't have to worry about those because they're not even in there. Yeah? So you can ignore the transparency and you can ignore procurement laws. I believe that we do need, because the government has come here several times talking about the issues with procurement. And I have no difficulty if we believe that there needs to be changes, yes, around public procurement at this time. Then let's do it. Let's say that. Let's begin to see that at work in this bill that is before us. Yeah? And so, Madam Speaker, through you to the PM, I'm sure that he would have also seen the recommendations from JFJ and JET, yes? Outlining targeted amendments to the NARA bill, drawing from other jurisdictions. And I'm hoping that although I heard that we were going to take the bill through all the stages today, I am still hopeful that with all of the public sentiment, with the concerns of the opposition, that the Prime Minister and his team will find it in their heart to understand our concern as public and our public duty, and pause for a while, review and rework and wheel and come again. I really am hoping so that we can actually go together. Some people say that it's not within the Prime Minister. I don't think so. I believe that at his core, he must have the people of Jamaica at heart. Yes, I do. I believe that. Because I don't think that persons make this kind of political sacrifice to just come here and run roughshod over with these bills, and to see others just stuff their money, their pocket full of money, and don't have no concern. I don't believe that. And so I am still hopeful that common sense will prevail, and that sense of working together would lead to a different outcome. So that's the first point I wanted to make in terms of why I am uneasy, with the bill as it is. The second point I want to make is really because at heart, I am a local government practitioner. I have spent 20 years in local government, and therefore it just does not sit well with me to agree to legislation that comes to Parliament and gives NARA the right to ignore the professional advice of municipal corporations and members. It doesn't. Clause 21 leaves me thinking that the authority is at large. One, to establish timelines for inspections, evaluations, and assessments, as well in 21.2 to set deadlines for decisions, for approvals, or other inputs made or submitted by the authority. The truth is that I get a sense of a very high-handed approach in how this is worded. And I reiterate that recovery and resilience projects are going to require fast tracking. We understand that. No question about that. But I am sure these approving entities are all on board. And therefore, there must be some way, after all, these are the same entities who are going to have responsibility for post-approval monitoring. Yeah? But NARA is designed to run roughshod over their opinions. And so that's in my head. But then again, I'm thinking that this is the same government with connected persons involved in one way or another with construction, some even being flagged for building breaches. Yes, yeah. And therefore, I am thinking that the NARA legislation should also include a provision to resolve the objections by agencies. Otherwise, what's the message that we are sending to everyone with an application before those same authorities?
Especially those who have big business.
So what is it? Is only the big trousers man them can ignore parish council? The rest of us mortals have to go make changes to our plans when they object to what we have in front of them? That for me don't sit right. It doesn't sit right. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I think there's a very easy fix for this, quite frankly. I believe that what we could do is simply include in the legislation actual pre-approval consultation. Yes? So that that mechanism is encompassed in the law itself. Madam Speaker, whether it is UHWI, Market Me, Cornwall Regional, CMU, WHI, Nessal, Petrojam, the purchase of used school buses, the lack of transparency, the questions around oversight, yes, loom large. They loom large. And then I look under part 2 of the bill, clause 7, and I see that the minister may appoint a committee to examine and report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with any of the authority's powers. But that is may. First of all, I believe that NARA needs a proper oversight committee, where that appointment is not may, but shall, in terms of these kinds of reports and overview. There should also be a mandatory reporting cycle to Parliament, as the opposition leader and others have signaled and suggested. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say that all of what I have placed on the table does not leave me with a level of trust that would have me voting for this NARA legislation in its current form without specific clauses in the legislation to ensure greater transparency and accountability. Because at the end of the day, it's my children and grandchildren. It is going to be the people of Southwest St. Andrew, in fact, all Jamaicans, who are going to bear the burden of repaying this debt. Thank you.
The next presenter, next presenter is the member from St. Catherine West. Next presenter is a member from St. Catherine West Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I rise to make my contribution on this bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act 2026. First of all, my view, having listened to members on both sides, particularly members on that side, is that this bill, Madam Speaker, should not be as controversial as it is made out to be. I really don't think so. However, I have an appreciation as to why this is the case. Madam Speaker, we exist, unfortunately, and I think there's enough responsibility to go around in a low trust society where many see actions of our political leaders and governments as sinister, and where some, recognizing the sentiments of a wider population who is cynical, see this as an opportunity to exploit for political advantage. And this is very unfortunate because it bears very little to address the issues. What you get instead, Madam Speaker, and this is my own interpretation, not casting any judgment on anyone, is that the arguments that have emanated from this debate up to this point are stimulated by emotive objectives rather than logical, practical, and contextual attempts at finding solutions to a crisis that affect the people that we represent. And I honestly do think that those who allow perfection to be the enemy of good are hurting the over 500,000 Jamaicans in the 5 critical parishes that have been impacted by this hurricane, Category 5, the first ever, while we here debate, prolong, and engage in emotive insinuations. Again, the consequence of a low-trust society.
And I do believe, Madam Speaker, that as leaders we need to rise above this, and that this represents an opportunity for us to be one as a parliament and a government to solve the challenges that the people face. For me, Madam Speaker, there is a context. There is a context to this debate, this discussion. This is a context that has a practical component to which this bill seeks to address, and it appears is being ignored. For example, the member from Eastern Westmoreland, who I know has been impacted, and indeed 2 or so days after the storm, I went to his area, and I believe a week or so, he and I were at a similar location trying to address some of the challenges. And I saw the pain, rightfully so. But we were there working together. But the member, I think, is, and I say so respectfully, is failing to appreciate when he speaks about the title of the bill and ignoring that the response to a crisis has to take place in stages, Madam Speaker. In public health, for example, when a crisis occurs, the first action by health is to save lives. And I can give you statistics of lives that have been saved, either through helicopter, JDF-supported evacuation, some from your area, or bringing in external supports, NGOs, setting up hospitals, mobile hospitals, bringing in doctors, when our own doctors were victims, healthcare workers were victims of the storm. That was the first phase. The second phase is to try to resume a sense of normality to people and to communities by opening up roads and doing the other things that are necessary to facilitate commerce. And with the trauma that persons are suffering, that should go some way in terms of therapy. The third approach, and the final and more sustainable approach, is what we are debating here, this bill. This bill is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, rightfully named because having passed the first and second phase, including those who got 150,000, as you have said, or 100,000 as the case may be, because the truth is, if you were to quantify by dollar value the pain, the suffering, and the trauma that those 500 people suffered during that time, Madam Speaker, you could not equate that to a monetary value. But
hold a minute,
on a point of order. As the minister said, respectfully, I don't understand, and the Prime Minister asked why respectfully, right? And he went on to suggest that I am saying that there shouldn't be an emergency response, essentially, to the hurricane. I never said that. The point I made, Madam Speaker, is that based on how the relief efforts are structured, if an individual got $100,000 through TEF, and that same individual had total destruction of their home, so during that initial phase that you try to do something for them, they cannot go and get the benefit of the $500,000, having already benefited from the $100,000 through TEF. That's the simple point I'm making. That's something that everybody can agree should be fixed.
Madam Speaker, I take the member's suggestion, but I would say that this is not a reason to oppose the bill, which we are debating here in this House. What we're debating, what we are debating, Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, this is why, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, if I may be allowed, this is why I started out by saying, member from Eastern Westmoreland, Madam Speaker, some protection from you, please. Madam Speaker, the member,
Minister,
the member as emotionally traumatized as he has been and is rightfully so
Minister
because
Tufton,
of his
Minister,
representational
Minister,
responsibilities,
Minister,
is supporting.
Minister, Minister, the same members. If you would only listen and follow the rules, both sides would be able to have a far more comfortable debate. I am giving no one extra time, not even a second extra. Therefore, I would like you to use your time properly. So, Minister, if a point of order is made, I've said this before, and you're responding to the point of order, indicate it means your time does not continue to run until you have responded to the point of order. If you are ignoring the comment, then we continue. You do not need to indicate, you ignore the comment and you continue with your presentation in the debate. That means your time immediately starts running again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say quickly, the only point I was making is that there are many times when representatives who have an issue on the ground zero, including the member who spoke, can take the phone and call myself as Minister of Health. We have had conversation to resolve issues of this kind, in this case, the Minister of Labor. However, being brought into this kind of conversation, to my mind, is exactly the point I was making. We are engaging emotive reasoning in order to not support what is the most substantial response for the reconstruction and resilience. And I'm saying, let us focus on what is important. But let me move on, Madam Speaker. Let me move on. So there are phases, and we are now in the reconstruction phase. So, Madam Speaker, what is the context that is important in the discussion around this bill? The first context, given that it is a crisis, is the efficiency, or indeed, for better understanding, the speed in which we work to truly restore persons and to make them more resilient against a Category 5 hurricane. And so the bill has to be structured in a way to recognize the importance of quick decision making. And I don't think we should make any apologies for it. I don't. In fact, if the members on that side are honest with themselves, they themselves have spoken about the inefficiencies of the current bureaucracy and the need for change. The very opposition leader has spent time talking about it. Is he now arguing that we should engage the very same process to deal with people who have emergencies? It cannot be, Madam Speaker. It cannot be. And indeed, Madam Speaker, history...
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is misleading the House. It has never been my position, or indeed anybody on this side's position, that we shouldn't have more efficiency, a quicker procedure, and a faster resolution of the issues. We're all in favor of that. The fact is that the current bureaucracy and the way the government is interfacing with it has led to all sorts of problems, and which need to be addressed structurally. However, what we are complaining about is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to
opposition leader. No, that's okay. It's okay. Opposition leader. Opposition leader. Opposition leader. I've turned off all mics. Opposition leader. Prime Minister is making a point of order on your point of order. Hold on now. I'm asking, opposition leader, are you yielding?
Madam Speaker, I'm not yielding. I'm simply saying that the minister is misleading the House about our position deliberately, I think, because the position is like the country to believe is that we want to slow the recovery down. We would like to fast track the recovery.
All right.
And we want it to be done in an honest way, not a...
All right.
Madam, Madam Speaker.
House leader, I'm having a challenge as well, so I would like you to address it in this discussion.
Yeah.
For far too long, persons use point of order just to disturb the other person and make a presentation.
Yeah.
We are required. I know after today's debate, you will see a speaker's ruling on point of order and how it should be utilized so that we stop abusing point of order.
Yeah. Madam
on
Speaker,
both sides.
Madam Speaker, you have covered the ground. Firstly, a point of order cannot be used to enter into another debate. Members, allow me. Members, allow me. Allow me.
Please allow the House leader to complete his statement. Members.
Madam Speaker, when I rose on the point of order, it
allow the House
was
leader
to highlight
complete.
that the member was factually inaccurate in a point he made. That is different. That is different than a member categorizing an intervention. If I believe that your intervention means you are slowing down the process, I must cancel it to that debate without you telling me that I am misleading. You can intervene on facts. When the Minister of Electricity in Energy intervened, he highlighted that he was saying you are factually inaccurate on the numbers. That has nothing to do. Members, this is a debate. For the members who have spoken already, you have got your chance. When the response is, your response will be categorized. Unless there's a factual inaccuracy, do not enter on a point of order. Thank you.
No, I do not have to take any point of order, members. Hold a moment. I do not have to take point of order. And let me remind you of the House rules as well. For a point of order to be taken, it means the person on whom the point of order is being raised must take their seat and allow the other member to speak. For efficiency's sake, follow the rules of the parliament. Everybody. So, no, I allow the opposition leader. I remember when the Prime Minister was speaking, 2 points of order that were not points of order. It happens on both sides. It is a courtesy. And I'm asking you for the efficiency. No, please stop that debate. Because when your time is up, your time is up. And it doesn't matter who you are in the House. Minister, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just repeat or reiterate what I had said earlier, for fear of being misunderstood. That there's a choice between being emotive in what we say to generate or play on the sentiments of a low-trust society, and being contextual, practical in finding solutions to what is a crisis affecting over 500,000 Jamaicans in the first instance. And I'd say that the opposition leader can't have his cake and eat it. It's either he wants the efficiency of pace or because he's allowing perfection to be the enemy of good, he's going to add layers of bureaucracy to slow down the process. On this side, Madam Speaker, on this side, it is important for us to balance the scales and to achieve the efficiencies that are required, but that's also the pace. And I give you an example. Since I was the Minister of Health during the 100-year pandemic called COVID-19. I want to give you one example because health is particular in these types of crises. We have to act very quickly, and sometimes we're accused of acting outside of the framework of some of the rules when we act in the interest of saving lives. You know, I recall when vaccines were scarce, Madam Speaker, and we were fortunate enough to get 78,000 doses of vaccine, but they were to expire within a week. And the task at hand was to accept the 78,000 doses, to give Jamaicans who were hungry for the vaccine to save themselves, or not to take it because of the close expiration date. We opted to take the vaccine. Usually, if you know how vaccines are administered, it's normally the public health nurse and their support systems. The doctors don't get too involved in it. And I recall when we started the process at the national arena, the doctors who came to assist with the administration of the vaccine at some times were not allowed almost by the nurses who hugged up it because it was their responsibility. There's a process, a protocol that requires you to sit for 20 minutes to see if there's any adverse reaction. Well, at the end of the period, in order to distribute the 78,000 doses, I recall being in Falmouth Square with a public health nurse, with an igloo with ice with the vaccine, approaching a lady frying fish under a tree. She didn't even sit down. She took the vaccine and went back to doing her regular chore, abandoning almost all the normal protocols in normal time in order to address what was a crisis. That is a practical solution to a context which impacts saving lives. This is what this bill does, Madam Speaker, and we should make no apologies for it. In fact, Madam Speaker, the most honorable Prime Minister has given examples of countries that have had similar crises and have had to put special purpose vehicles in place. And we could expand that. New Zealand and the Canterbury earthquake recovery, 2011. Australia, New South Wales, 2022. And of course, Peru and the Authority for Reconstruction with Change. All special initiatives to deal with a context and to find special arrangements to deal with the people. I urge this House, Madam Speaker, colleagues here, let us put, and I'm using your template now, let us put the people first when we consider the next stage of the reconstruction and resilience and stop engaging in a practice that will only delay addressing the concerns that they have. Madam Speaker, the next critical issue that I'd like to address linked to the bill, because I think it's in keeping with this low trust society that is creating this cynicism, is the issue of oversight. And the opposition has made heavy weather of oversight. And I do believe that issues around oversight is perhaps the bigger issue. There seems to be a lack of confidence in the process as being prescribed to implement measures and to provide the relief that the Jamaican people needs. And it's okay, I believe, to make suggestions to strengthen the bill. I have no issues with that, and I think we all should accept that. But I think to take extreme positions, which ultimately results in delaying the bill, is really not doing justice to the original intent and indeed many of the clauses contained within the bill. Madam Speaker, when you examine on balance the bill, there are sufficient positions and clauses that addresses issues of oversight, which I believe can accommodate appropriate levels of scrutiny up to the point of this parliament interrogating actions that have been taken. Section 4 establishes the authority's function, including requirements for established performance indicators, reporting standards, project tracking systems, and compliance. And I hear the member talk about how do we know what will be done, what are the plans. It is contained in the bill in terms of the requirements to have a plan and to make that plan public, which gives you an authority the right to interrogate it. Financial accountability and audit oversight, section 9 to 11, requires the maintenance of proper accounts and records, the preparation of annual audited financial statements, access by the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, the systems that exist currently to interrogate the action of the leadership under these new arrangements, and annual reports that will be submitted to the Houses of Parliament and to the Senate. Together, Madam Speaker, these provide a robust framework for financial transparency, independent scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight. I am not sure which bill they are reading because it doesn't sound like the bill that we have here debating today, Madam Speaker. Ministerial oversight and planning discipline, section 10 to 13, requires the authority to furnish reports. And of course, those reports will find their way up to the Cabinet of Jamaica. The government, you know, one of the oversights of the debate is that the practical reality is that the government was elected to lead. And again, the people have entrusted in the government, as we do every 5 years or otherwise, to provide leadership. We cannot allow that leadership in a time of crisis to be stymied by the over-bureaucratization as insisted by the opposition. Because at the end of the day, they are the same ones who will come and accuse us of inaction to address the very problem that we face. And we can't do that. Cabinet control over approved projects and implementation plans, section 17 to 19, is very much there. Procedural safeguards for expenditure approvals and stepping powers, section 21 and 24, very much present. Madam Speaker, I really have to wonder if the members fully understands what this bill is about. When it comes to balancing the need for speed to address an emergency, to address the 500,000 plus Jamaicans who are in need, with the need for oversight, which even the Parliament here is involved in providing. Madam Speaker, I close by saying
St. Mary Western, St. Mary Western.
This bill, Madam Speaker, should not be so controversial.
Minister, you have enough time. I would like you to repeat the point you were making. I could not hear you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your protection. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that there are provisions in the bill to deal with oversight through the regular channels of oversight responsibility, from the Parliament to the Auditor General to the Cabinet of Jamaica to publish reports, PAAC, and I wonder, and it forces me to say that on that side, they seem to be caught up in the trap of the low trust society where they probably don't trust themselves why they provide the argument on all these things. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate because if Madam Speaker, we on this side trust ourselves to go right by the people, you don't seem to trust yourselves. Why you're questioning existing arrangements that are in place for oversight? So, Madam Speaker, in closing, Madam Speaker, I wish I had a Naira for Cornwall. It would have been a long time. It takes the procurement process for Naira take between 6 and 12 months per procurement transaction. That is why it's dragged out so long. I wish I had a Naira. We should have declared Cornwall a national emergency and subjected to quicker decision making. But that's another issue. Madam Speaker, I close. I close by saying that we should be careful. We should be careful that we do not allow perfection to be the enemy of good. We should accept where suggestions can strengthen the bill. We should make those suggestions in all sincerity, bearing in mind that the primary goal is to address the plight of the Jamaican people who have suffered over the last number of months. If we did that, we would send a good signal to the country. We would demonstrate that as leaders, we want to go past this low trust society, and it is starting with us because we mean the people good and we put the people first. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Kingston Central. Kingston Central. Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central. Donovan Williams. Member Donovan Williams, that's for the orderly's benefit. Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central, all the way to the back. Members, before the next member of the House makes his presentation, I would just like to advise the host that you have 10 presentations remaining at 30 minutes per presentation. And that is 5 hours. So you can have a wonderful time making as much noise because the speaker will relax. The speaker will relax and allow us to be here for a long time. I would like to hear the presentations. And this being such an important bill, the people of Jamaica would like to hear the presentations. There is no food downstairs. In answer to your question. So members, I am asking you, please allow each other to make their contribution to the debate on either side of the fence. No, repetitions must be restricted to 0. As it relates to point of order, I think I have already stated, for those who spoke already in the debate, don't even think of standing up. And for those who intend to speak and gave your name, don't even think of standing up. When you speak, you can address whatever point of order you thought you had, whatever interruption you wanted to make. Point of order relates to issues that abuse the House itself, the rules of the House, and we'll go over it. But if your interruptions are for clarifications and the things that we abuse it for, please refrain today. The member from Kingston Central will now speak, and I beg you, House members, let us just abide by the rules.
Madam Speaker, I crave your permission to speak from a
Permission granted, member.
Yes, grateful, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution in support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. And I must say, firstly, Madam Speaker, this is not a routine bill. It is not an ordinary administrative adjustment. It is born of national disruption, national loss, and national urgency. Now, Madam Speaker, I support this bill because Jamaica is not served by process alone. Jamaica is not served by process alone. What do I mean? We are served by lawful process that leads to results. And if ever there were a moment in our national life when we must move from process to performance and from institutional delay to implementation, I say it is no. What NARA does, in my view, is to ensure that these processes do not become bottlenecks to national recovery. Now, Madam Speaker, I particularly support the proposed, having looked at the bill and perused sections of the bill, in particular, the step-in order provision at clause 24. Now, the step-in order is intended to achieve three related objectives. First, it is designed to break administrative deadlock, where delay threatens national recovery. Secondly, to ensure that reconstruction is not frustrated by institutional inaction or fragmentation. And thirdly, to preserve the momentum of approved projects while still maintaining the wider framework of supervision, accountability, and oversight. Now, the bill, it was made clear by the member from Central Clarendon last week at the sitting that the bill does not abolish approving entities. And I heard the member from Southwest St. Andrew earlier in her presentation, who's a former mayor of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, indicates that it is a bypassing of the local authorities. And that is totally not true. If she reads the bill carefully, she will recognize that the bill is especially at section 20, section 21. Section 21 of the bill speaks to a coordination of the approving the local entities with the authority. So, and as she would recognize, timelines are important. Timelines are not new to this bill. Even the local authorities themselves have timelines within which they operate for for productivity and for efficiency and speed. So I do not support the submission and the argument that the bill is intended to bypass the local authorities. In my view, the bill is intended to coordinate and bring the authorities together for speed, expedition, and efficiency. No. So what the bill does, in my view, is to create a structured back-end intervention where there is, so for example, where there is non-compliance, so that delay does not defeat national reconstruction. And to borrow a legal maxim, we don't want delay to defeat equity. Madam Speaker, in my view, the broader idea, this idea of structured central intervention is not unknown in democratic systems. In the UK, the Planning Act 2008 allows the Secretary of State to intervene in nationally significant infrastructure applications and to assume the functions of examining and deciding the application. Listen and learn. In Trinidad and Tobago, the authority to grant planning permission is vested in the minister responsible for town and country planning, with applications processed by the planning division on the minister's behalf. In New Zealand, the Resource Management Act allows the minister to call in matters of national significance for central decision making. So while the NARA stepping order is a distinct Jamaican adaptation, the broader principle that central government may lawfully intervene where nationally important development requires urgency, coordination, or final determination, it is not without democratic precedent. It is not without democratic precedent. We have examples from democracies all over the world. Our very own Town and Country Planning Act already vests certain powers in the authority and the minister. Want to read section 12 of the act? You want me to read it?
Yes, read it.
The authority, that is the planning authority, may give directions. The planning authority may, listen and learn, you will learn some law now. The planning authority may give directions to any local planning authority or to local planning authorities, generally requiring that any application for permission to develop land or all such applications of any class specified in the directions shall be referred to the authority instead of being dealt with by the local planning authority, and any such application shall be so referred accordingly. Hold on. So what we have now, so in other words, and I will go further to say that the stepping orders, the protocol for this intervention, the triggering of the stepping order in this bill, the process is even more rigid than in the Town and Country Planning Act. It is even more rigid. It's more rigid because remember, there's a process. There's a process to do. It's not that the authority just gets up, on a frolic of its own and triggers and give directions. There's a process. The authority would have had the intervention, would have been working alongside the planning, the local planning authority from day one. From day one. The authority would be working with the local planning authority from day one. But where, look here, where we are talking, we talk a lot in this country about productivity, We talk a lot about productivity, but we are not serious. Now, the bill must not be understood as a blank check. Now, read section 21, you will see that from day one, there's a coordination between yes, let's move. The bill must not be understood. Madam Speaker, the bill must not be understood as a blank check. We must not cherry pick isolated provisions for political effect. We must consider the balance this bill seeks to strike between productivity, urgency, and good governance. The authority is not on a frolic of its own, in my view. Cabinet must issue, and as my previous speakers have pointed out, Cabinet must issue the official list of approved reconstruction and resilient projects and designated strategic investment projects. Programs and plans are not to be implemented without cabinet approval. You have to remember there's a role, the cabinet is an oversight in all of this. The bill requires a public electronic register. It requires annual reports. It requires audited financial statements. It requires that these statements be laid in both houses of this parliament. This ensures transparency and parliamentary scrutiny. Additionally, the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, as pointed out by the member from St. Catherine, and other relevant parliamentary bodies, they retain the jurisdiction to some. Look here, this parliament, in my view, on a perusal of the bill, retains the jurisdiction to summon the authority at any time. That is real. No, but we have that inherent, we have that parliament has that inherent jurisdiction. We have that inherent jurisdiction in parliament. This is real. This is real accountability in action. It leaves the accounts and records of the, listen this. The accounts, listen this, carefully. The accounts and records of the authority are open to examination by the Auditor General. And it requires the authority to submit its corporate plan, operating plan, and estimates to the minister. It's not a blank check. It's not a blank check, as I've heard some people say it's a blank check. This is a strong instrument with oversight built into its architecture. This is not a blank check. So, Madam Speaker, the question before us is not whether the bill centralizes responsibility. It plainly does. The real question is whether that centralization is arbitrary or structured. On the face of the bill, it is structured. It is tied to approved projects. It is tied to approved plans. It is tied to reporting obligations. It is tied to audit. It is tied to consultation. It is tied to ministerial supervision. It is tied to cabinet oversight and public accountability. On the question of too much power, there is much argument about too much power. Let me ask the question. What is the purpose of a legislation? If in the look here, what is the purpose of a legislation? If in the aftermath of a catastrophic event, it's not to empower decisive and timely action. We are aware and we know that approvals permits and approvals, we know that can languish for months and sometimes years. That is not resilience, that is stagnation. As a member of parliament for Central Kingston, I know that governance is not experienced by our people in theory. I feel it and I know it and I see it and I walk it. The people are waiting on NARA, legally. It is experienced in roads, drains, housing, schools, clinics, utilities, safety, and jobs. Madam Speaker, the nation, and Mr. Speaker, the nation has suffered much. The nation has suffered much. The people are waiting. The government must do what it was elected to do. Parliament must know, play its part. I commend the bill to this honorable house.
Member Al
Member from St. Catherine Southeastern, you now have the floor and your time starts now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I write it on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. I desperately want to believe that this Parliament subscribes to Bayesian reasoning rather than the dogmatic entrenchment of partisan positions. That we understand that our positions are not absolute truths, they are probabilities. And through honest debate, through the examination of evidence, we update these probabilities. We move closer to what is right, closer to what works, closer to what the people need. We did not come to Parliament to win arguments. We came to Parliament to win a future for the people. And Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a moment that demanded that approach from this chamber, it is now. Hurricane Melissa was the worst disaster to strike this nation in a generation. The assessed damage, over $12 billion US. The people of Western Jamaica, the mother in Maroontown, the fisherman in Black River, the farmer in Darliston, the child in Falmouth, they are not waiting for us to be right. They are waiting for us to get it right. And being right, Mr. Speaker, and getting it right are not always the same. If we are genuine servant leaders, not merely in title, but in practice, then I beg this honorable House, examine the evidence, weigh it honestly, update your positions so that the bill we pass today into law will secure the present of the people who sent us here and the future of the children and grandchildren they are raising in rubble. We were not sent here by the powerful to protect the powerful. We were sent here by the powerless to protect them from the powerful. Mr. Speaker, the man in the street watching these debates is asking one question: what is NARA? The superficial answer is that NARA is a reconstruction body. But the question is not what NARA is. The question is what NARA is for. Is NARA the answer to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa? Or was Hurricane Melissa the answer to this government's long and deliberate march towards authoritarianism and absolutism? Because, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us does not give power to the people to rebuild their country. It takes power from the people and gives it to one man, accountable to one minister, anointed by one prime minister. What is proposed here today is a bill that entrenches this government's long-held desire to concentrate power and resources into the hands of a few and to castrate the state agencies and civil servants whose constitutional roles are to act as watchdogs over every taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, I have searched the Caribbean, the Americas, the globe for a reconstruction body with a similar oversight and accountability framework. I did not find a better model that Jamaica ignored. I found that Jamaica invented the worst model. I am convinced that this government has designed the weakest governance model for a disaster reconstruction authority that has ever been assembled by a modern democracy. A model destined by its very architecture to be scandal-ridden, destined to fail in its strategic objectives of efficient, resilient, and meaningful reconstruction of the infrastructure and the lives of Jamaican people. The Prime Minister spoke of Peru. He carried us thousands of miles across the world to find his cautionary tale. But, Mr. Speaker, we need not travel that far. The answers are closer to home. The warnings are in our neighborhood. When Hurricane Dorian swept through the Bahamas in September 2019, a Category 5 storm, the strongest ever to make direct landfall in that nation, the Bahamian government did not reach for a CEO with absolute powers and an advisory board. They built a full governing board of directors with legally bound fiduciary duties. The Disaster Reconstruction Authority Act of 2019 established a separate chairman, a vice chairman, a managing director, not one omnipotent executive answerable to only a prime minister, but a board with duties, with power, with accountability baked into the law itself. The Bahamas did not trust their reconstruction to one man. They trusted it to a board. And yet, this government asks that Jamaica trust ours to one man with no board. On procurement, the very area this bill defers to, with a ministerial order after it passes, the Bahamians wrote the obligation directly into their law. All contracts awarded within a fiscal year must be publicly disclosed. Their audited accounts had to reach the minister within 3 months of the financial year end. But, Mr. Speaker, even with all of that, the Bahamas still had a scandal. Their forensic audit revealed extreme executive salaries with no basis in performance, companies billing the government for work that they can't prove, and contractors without submitting evidence of a single day's work done, $20 million spent on debris management with non-compliant contractors. The Bahamas had stronger oversight and still fell apart. And Jamaica, through this government, wants us with weaker oversight to stand with them. Cannot work. The logic does not hold. The math does not add up, and the people will pay the price. And then, Mr. Speaker, we look at Haiti. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 200. Mr. Speaker, I am begging protection from Waldorf and Statler from the Muppets. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 230,000 people, the interim Haiti Recovery Commission was co-chaired by the Haitian Prime Minister and Bill Clinton. Voting seats went to the legislature, the judiciary, trade unions, business, diaspora, civil society. They had more governance than NARA in every measurable way. Haiti had every governance structure that this bill refuses to create. And the reconstruction still failed. Jamaica is refusing to create these structures, and we are promising that it will succeed. The lesson from both our neighbors is the same. Elaborate governance does not automatically guarantee success, but the absence of governance guarantees failure. We on this side are not saying that good governance will save us, but we are saying that bad governance will certainly destroy us. Mr. Speaker, let me go into an area that my colleagues on the other side would prefer I leave unspoken. The question at the heart of this debate is not merely about governance models. It is about trust. And trust must be earned before it is given. You cannot legislate trust into existence when it has been betrayed so many times, over and over and over again. This government is not asking us to trust the system. They're asking us to trust them. And those two requests, Mr. Speaker, are very different things. Are we to believe, are Jamaicans to believe that the government that closed the corner shops during COVID while big supermarkets operated freely will now protect the small local contractor? Are we to believe that the government that arrested ordinary Jamaicans on the streets for breaching curfew while their very own toasted at uptown parties on no movement days will now apply the rules equally to all? Are we to believe that the government that spent a decade building highways while the side roads of every constituency develop potholes wide enough and deep enough to swallow a vehicle will now prioritize communities that the highways don't reach? Mr. Speaker, are we expected to believe that the government that allowed money to be extracted from the Ministry of Health through overpriced contracts and well-connected companies, dare I say sweetheart deals, while patients slept on chairs in corridors and died waiting for tests to be done, will suddenly become responsible stewards of public health funds? Are we to believe that the government that fought with all its might not to pay doctors, nurses, teachers, civil servants what they deserve, while raising their salaries by 200%, will now put the needs of the people above the interests of the powerful? They could not find the money to pay the nurse who saves lives. They found the money to pay themselves. But now they want us to believe that they will use $2 trillion to save the lives of the people the nurses serve. Mr. Speaker, Naira in its present form is rubbing butter a puss mouth. I say that without apology because the people watching these debates understand exactly what this means. It means do not give something precious and powerful to someone who has repeatedly shown you that they will abuse it. And it means if you do not pretend you did not know it would happen. We are not being asked to give Naira power and hope for the best. We are being asked to strip Naira of accountability and pretend nothing will go wrong. Mr. Speaker, let us examine precisely what this bill creates at its center. One CEO appointed directly by the Prime Minister, no merit-based selection requirement in the bill, no independent vetting, no governing board with fiduciary duties, an advisory board only, with no power to override, no power to dismiss, no power to compel. They call it an advisory board, but advice without authority is not governance, it is chattings. This CEO, this Caesar, will exercise authority over nearly 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. He will select his own auditor annually, subject only to the approval of the cabinet secretary, who serves the same cabinet that appointed Caesar in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appoints the CEO. The CEO selects the auditor. The Cabinet Secretary approves the auditor. The Cabinet Secretary serves the Prime Minister. This is not a circle of accountability. This is circling the wagons. For $2 trillion of public funds, this is what we are signing away. We are being asked to spend the money now and account for it later. But later is too late for the people whose money is being spent today. And if you dare to speak about what is happening inside that authority, Section 14 provides criminal penalties of up to $1 million or 1 year in prison for unauthorized disclosure. No express whistleblower protection clause. None. Then we have a sweeping indemnity regime that can cover even criminal proceedings. So they commit a crime and the taxpayers have to pay for it, for their defense. They have criminalized speaking the truth about Naira, and they have indemnified those who abuse it. The watchdog has been muzzled, the fox has been released, and the chicken coop is guarded by a CEO who may or may not love fried chicken. Mr. Speaker, Lord Acton warned us, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. This government is not merely ignoring that warning. They are writing it into law and calling it efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that Naira will build a new Kingston Public Hospital, and we always welcome that. But he also announced a new government campus at National Hero Circle. And I have a simple question for this honorable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself where the people who elected it are still without a home? The new Parliament building, the new government campus, the new KPH, these were on government wish lists long before Hurricane Melissa arrived, which is why we ask again, is Melissa the answer to the prayers of the government? Melissa did not create these ambitions. Melissa created the financing to pay for these ambitions. Financing that future generations of Jamaicans will have to repay with interest. The storm destroyed the people's homes, and the government is using the money collected and meant to rebuild those homes to build their own legacy project and home. For 10 years, 10 consecutive years, every major hospital in Western Jamaica has crumbled under the weight of the Cornwall regional debacle. Patients from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and Hanover traveled all the way to Kingston because their regional hospital could not serve them. And for 10 years, this government did nothing sufficient. Now Melissa has come. Now there is Melissa money. And what rises to the top of the project list? The government campus, the Parliament building. For 10 years, they could not find the money to fix the hospital that serves the West. Now they have found the money and they're spending it on the East. The people who suffer the most are the last in line. Relax, Rose. Wait. Rose. East, Kingston. Priorities. Rose, of all the people interrupting me. And who decides? The bill is explicit. The cabinet shall cause to be issued the authority and official list of approved projects. Naira cannot even originate its own project list. Every comparable reconstruction body in the world, in the Bahamas, in Haiti, was empowered to identify and originate projects. NARA must wait to be told what to do. The authority has all the power to build, but it has no power to decide what to build. The power to execute is given to NARA. The power to direct is kept by the cabinet. This is not delegation. This is subcontracting corruption. If the Prime Minister decides that the new Parliament building is a reconstruction and resilience project, it goes on the list, and NARA builds it with your money, without a board to question it, without a parliamentary vote on procurement, without an Auditor General review. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Then raise a point of order. It's an internal auditor for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake, because this is not a debate about institutional design. This is a debate about the future of Jamaica. The destructive force of Hurricane Melissa can be a blessing in disguise if the short-term pain unlocks the long-term transformation of this country. $2 trillion, the largest injection of capital into this economy in our history. This could solve the age-old problems that have plagued ordinary Jamaicans for generations. It is not the magnitude of the storm that defines a disaster. It is the nation's response to the disaster of the storm. Let us not make this crisis go to waste in building a better Jamaica. We could build roads that do not flood every season, drains that channel water rather than carry away communities, government buildings that do not shame the people who work in them, houses that are designed for Jamaicans to live in with dignity, not relics of an era before Black Jamaicans were smaddified. We have the money to build a new Jamaica, but we are choosing the governance structures of the old plantocracy. Instead of heeding 28 civil society organizations, instead of heeding 29 members, I see you member, 29 members of parliament, instead of heeding the joint submission of Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environment Trust, this government presses forward. The Auditor General, even before this bill has even passed, has already launched a Hurricane Melissa Relief Governance Audit because the patterns of mismanagement were already present. They're visible in the early relief response. The Auditor General is already auditing the relief, and this government is passing a law to keep scrutiny away from the reconstruction. They have seen the scrutiny coming, and they are legislating it away. We are not building the NARA that Jamaica needs. We are building the conditions that will require another NARA when, God forbid, the predicted devastating earthquake strikes or when the next killer storm comes to this beloved island. We are not building back better. We are building forward worse. But this time with $2 trillion to accelerate the next collapse. Worse. Madam, Mr. Speaker, they may pass this bill today. You have the numbers. You may ignore the 28 civil society groups. You may dismiss the 29 MPs who have expressed concerns about this bill. You may look past the Bahamian forensic audit, the Haitian failure, the Auditor General's work already in the public domain, your own scandals. You have the power to pass this bill today, but the people have the power to judge you tomorrow. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane, you don't talk, you are the Casanova of sweetheart deals.
The Casanova sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago and now face another hurricane season in 6 weeks, when they realize what was done here today, you will never be forgiven. So let my words go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darliston shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you would remove from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who use the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered, but I promise you, not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Ann Southeastern, you now have the floor. Member from Southeast St. Ann, you now have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are indeed discussing and debating a legislation that has far-reaching implications. We are doing this, and we're here having this conversation because of what Hurricane Melissa revealed. It revealed the fragility of our housing, the weakness of our infrastructure, and the reality that too many Jamaicans are living one shock away from losing everything. Homes destroyed, businesses devastated, roads washed out, families forced to split up because basic systems failed. Mr. Speaker, the hurricane didn't create these conditions. It revealed them. And like the hurricane, this bill forces us to answer a critical question about our country. The question was asked in Steerfield, St. Ann last week after the killing of 2 young men by the police. It is being asked by families still waiting to rebuild. It is being asked by young people trying to find work and trying to figure out their futures. The question, Mr. Speaker, what kind of country are we living in? Mr. Speaker, this is not a question to express frustration. It's a question about how power is exercised in this country. Are systems working or are systems being bypassed? Are citizens participants or bystanders, waiting, sitting in limbo? We cannot examine this bill, Mr. Speaker, without answering this question. The issue is not whether we should rebuild quickly. Actually, we must, at a pace and at a scale like we've never seen before. The issue is, how do we rebuild? Do we rebuild through the systems or around the system? Because Jamaica does not need only one part of Jamaica working. Jamaica needs the entire system functioning. Not one authority delivering, but ministries, agencies, and communities working together. This bill does none of that. This bill is focused on building concentration of power, and concentration of power in a way that does not have any accountability attached to it. What Jamaica needs, Mr. Speaker, it needs embedding, engagement, and empowerment. Embedding the strengthening of what allows for the strengthening of what exists. Engagement allows for the involvement of people, and empowerment allows us to enable action where people live. If the system is broken, Mr. Speaker, creating one powerful authority does not fix it. It works around it. It undermines it. It makes matters worse. And I'm not talking here theoretical. I'm speaking based on the evidence. You look at the writings from the UN and it says true resilience depends on strengthening institutions, local governance, and participation. The World Bank goes further. It says where recovery is embedded, systems improve, capacities grow, and countries get stronger. However, where recovery efforts bypass national systems, projects are delivered, but systems remain weak and failure returns. Mr. Speaker, let us look at two examples. Indonesia. After the tsunami, Indonesia created a powerful reconstruction authority in Aceh. It had control, it had funding, it had speed. And yes, they built some houses, some roads, some infrastructure at scale. But Mr. Speaker, it operated outside the normal system. Ministries were bypassed, local capacity was not built, and when the authority ended, guess what? The system was left behind. Everything collapsed. The system was still weak. Projects slowed down, coordination weakened, and the country had to rebuild its systems after rebuilding its infrastructure. The second example comes from New Zealand. After the earthquake in Christchurch, similarly, it created a central authority with sweeping powers. It could override local government, it could fast-track decisions, and yes, it moved quickly. But communities were sidelined, local voices were weakened. People began to realize that decisions were being made about them without them. Trust declined. Plans had to be revised, and participation had to be reintroduced. So, Mr. Speaker, in Indonesia, they built fast, but did not build the system. In Christchurch, they moved fast, but they left people out. And in both cases, something essential was lost. The fact that countries that build systems recover. Countries that bypass their systems are doomed to repeat their failure. Mr. Speaker, let's put that another way. Speed without system is deferred collapse, because it's not a matter of if. If the systems are not in place, failure is certain. Speed without systems is deferred collapse. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates an authority that can act, direct, and override. It is a super authority. It is a supernova. Oh, sorry, a supernara. A supernara. And yes, as we see elsewhere, it will get things done. It will build, but it will not transform. because it is designed to do things. It is not designed to change how things are done. But imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine a NARA embedded in the system, cutting through delays, clearing bottlenecks, forcing coordination, modernizing processes and legislation, not replacing the system, Mr. Speaker, but making the system work. Mr. Speaker, that is transformation in practice. One of the most telling things about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is what is missing. Well, a lot is missing. But let me talk about two things which are missing. One is structured participation by the people. And the other is the implications for rural Jamaica. So while the bill aims to rebuild communities, it excludes the communities from decision-making. This is not a policy flaw. This is failure to understand and appreciate this critical tenet of democracy, the people's voice. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for consultation with relevant persons, but it does not define who they are, how consultation should occur, or how long it must last. And yet, the authority may even affect zoning, land use. How do you do that without getting input from the people who are affected? So, Mr. Speaker, imagine a clause with language that speaks to ensuring that all major reconstruction and resilience projects and any material changes to land use or zoning are subject to public consultation prior to approval, or language that require a notice of proposed projects and programs to be published in the Gazette, or a minimum consultation period which must be observed. I don't think this is asking too much. The people deserve to have a say in this legislation. Now, the other area which is invisible is the treatment of rural Jamaica. When the hurricane passed, it revealed farm roads that were never properly maintained, drainage systems that had long outlived their usefulness, communities served by roads that were always one rainfall away from isolation. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing about these things. It does nothing about the roofs that blow off in Coombs and Cowley. It does nothing about the informal settlements across the country in places like Pine Walk and Parrytown, or the embankments that broke away in various parts of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not accidental. It is the result of a development model that centralizes decision-making, prioritizes large, visible investments, and treats rural communities as secondary. And this bill repeats the errors of the past and will condemn rural communities to failure as they've always been. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is invisible in design will not be visible in the outcome. The bill, therefore, should include provisions to address equity and inclusion in development. The authority, for example, could be required to ensure that reconstruction and resilience efforts prioritize vulnerable and underserved communities. The authority could also be required to allocate a defined portion of resources to rural and vulnerable communities, and ensure representation of rural stakeholders in planning and decision-making. Mr. Speaker, if we do, remember what we've always done, we will get the results we've always gotten. This is a chance to do things differently. And if we don't Mr. Speaker, rural Jamaica will remain underserved, underprioritized, and unseen. And I go further, Mr. Speaker, because when you have the authority that is currently being vested in the NARA, it will also mean that the small projects that benefit rural communities will be sidelined. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of transformation. The bill speaks of transformation in the objects, and we support that. It speaks of it, but it does not show how it will deliver it. Transformation requires stronger institutions. Transformation requires better systems. Transformation requires inclusive governance. What this bill does is that it promises faster execution and centralized control. It accelerates delivery, but leaves the system unchanged. Mr. Speaker, it is not accidental. It's a design flaw. It is a flawed approach. It is an approach which must be revisited. You cannot build resilience by curtailing systems. Even if you build infrastructure and the systems are not in place, as I said earlier, you're doomed to fail. Mr. Speaker, the bill states that the authority shall prepare, implement, and oversee projects, and may do anything necessary. But nowhere does it require the authority to strengthen institutions, reform systems, or leave behind a lasting capacity to carry the work forward. One of the most difficult things with these institutional arrangements, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot, or it's difficult to transition. When you have all the power and the resources that are now being vested in NARA, it's almost impossible to transition to the ministries and the agencies. And so that is why the bill must make the provisions to embed the authority, not to create a separate entity, but to ensure it works through the existing system. So in order to move from an execution mandate to a transformation mandate, consideration should be given to language along these lines, that the authority should prioritize the strengthening of existing government institutions, systems, and processes to ensure long-term resilience, and that it should also identify and eliminate inefficiencies in approval and implementation processes. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want the system to get better. We want, after NARA, we function as if NARA was in every agency, in every ministry. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question earlier on. What kind of country are we living in? It's the country from it's a question from Steerfield. It's a question from our young people. But we must also ask ourselves this evening, what kind of country do we want to live in? A country where power is centralized, a country where citizens are excluded, where accountability is selective, or one where systems are strong, where people are included, where the future is secure. Mr. Speaker, if we rebuild without fixing the system, we are not building resilience. We are rebuilding vulnerability. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have only one request left. Let's send this bill where it belongs. Let's send it where it belongs, to a joint select committee, because we know it can be much better than what is presented here. I thank you.
Member from St. James Southern.
right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. It would be a dereliction of duty and a breach of the promise that I made to the people of South St. James if I did not speak on a bill of this magnitude. One which the Prime Minister himself described as amongst the most consequential pieces of legislation to come before the country in recent times. So for me, this is not abstract. If I remain silent, I would dishonor the 9 lives lost in South St. James during Hurricane Melissa. The homes destroyed, the businesses disrupted, the livelihoods affected, and the children who are still traumatized, still without normalcy, still waiting for life to stabilize. So today, I do not come with theory. We have heard the data from the government ministers. We have heard the estimates. We have heard the scale of the damage as they see it from drones or from their living rooms. But today, I speak from what those numbers do not show. I speak from lived experience, from communities that are still recovering, still rebuilding, still waiting, and still nowhere near that resurgence and resilience that the government is advancing in their newest slogan. In South St. James, that reality is not abstract. It is in Springmount, where the main access road remains a daily challenge for residents trying to get into Montego Bay. It is along the Hampton to Gutters corridor, where people must navigate sections of a narrow 1-lane road with a precipice bordering it, unsafe and unforgiving. If you slip, you slide. It is in Garland's Maroon Town, Bickersteth, where families are still trying to stabilize their living conditions. People still live under tarpaulin. And I'm not saying they're living under a structure covered by tarpaulin no more. It is in Niagara, Cambridge, and Stonehenge, where residents are still struggling with housing repairs, basic infrastructure, and in many cases are still not captured by the government's assistance database. No roof for them under roof. And it is in communities like Roehampton, Johnson Common, Johnson, where the question is not policy, but when help will finally reach. But let me say clearly, I support the need for faster reconstruction. I support coordination. I support removing unnecessary delays. And I say that as a member of parliament who, within weeks of Hurricane Melissa, was approached by an international donor agency, prepared to assist South St. James in a meaningful way. They wanted to build 25 homes at their own expense. They proposed water sourcing solutions and electricity build-out support for affected communities. I took that proposal through the system, engaging permanent secretaries, ministers, heads of ODPEM. I even enlisted the help of the leader of the opposition to try to get it to move. Months later, that approval has not been granted. 25 residents who could be in homes are held back because of one signature. But supporting, you have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed does not mean accepting the diagnosis without question. Because we are being told that procurement is the problem. That procurement is what is holding back recovery. From where I stand, that is a challenge, but not the biggest challenge we are experiencing in the gap between disaster and relief. When the government wanted Starlink devices, they came into the country quickly, no procurement issue there. there was urgency, there was movement, there was delivery. I got one in a hurricane-ravaged constituency. I gave it to a community. And today, those same devices are the subject of review by the Auditor General, with questions being raised about documentation and proper accounting. So procurement did not slow that down. What was missing was accountability. Procurement again. Shelters were activated. People were moved into those shelters, but in too many cases, people were left without adequate food for days after the storm. No cot. That was not a procurement issue. Food could have been sourced. Food could have been delivered. That was a failure of coordination and management. We saw cases where individuals listed as shelter managers were no longer present, some dead, some migrate. That's not procurement. That's a systems failure. We saw food packages being distributed through the JDF. And while that distribution moved quickly, it often reached the same individuals repeatedly, while others who were in genuine need remained at the back of the line and are still waiting. That is not procurement. That is a failure of targeting, coordination, and oversight. The system has shown that it can move. The question is how it moves, who it reaches, and whether it is accountable when it does. This is not a procurement problem. This is a systems problem. It is a problem of coordination, a problem of follow-through. It is a problem of weak management. And it is a problem of accountability and transparency not being consistently enforced. And if the diagnosis is wrong, then the solution is gonna be wronger. What this bill really does, it is against that reality that this bill must be examined. Because when I reviewed it carefully, one thing became clear. Narrow, you know. This is not a narrowly tailored recovery framework. It's not narrow at all. Under Section 25, it extends beyond disaster response into designated strategic investment projects across multiple sectors. That's right. So this is not just about rebuilding. This is about restructuring how development decisions are made in this country without guardrails. And when we look at how that structure is designed, three concerns arise. First, under Section 22, 3, and 4, the authority can issue directives and the minister can override decisions of approving entities. What can go so? That is not coordination. That is the replacement of independent decision making. Secondly, under Section 3 and the schedule, there is no independent governing board. Under Section 5, the CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. Under Section 13, the minister can give binding directions. Power is concentrated, but oversight is weakened. Thirdly, under Section 17 and Section 4, projects are selected and prioritized, but there is no firm guarantee that the hardest hit communities, Moko, Janzal, Flamstead, Tangle River, will come first. We don't know who them go choose. These concerns are not isolated. No. The opposition has raised them. Civil society has raised them. The media has raised them. Even voices within the government benches have raised them, and I'm not talking about my neighbor in West Central St. James. I'm talking about those on the government benches who pull us aside and say, don't stop fighting because we can't say nothing for ourselves. That collective voice is not saying stop. It is saying send the bill to a joint select committee, a time-bound committee. So the opposition is not saying delay it, time-bound. We can get things done. One that works quickly, but ensures the bill is properly tested and strengthened. And we're here. The opposition is ready to do the work, ready to sit the long hours. We're doing it tonight, ready to move with urgency, but also insisting that we must move responsibly. This authority will manage billions of dollars, trillions even. Trillions of dollars is not abstract. They represent real resources that the Jamaican people will ultimately have to pay back. They shape national priorities. They determine what gets done and what must wait. So the issue is not just speed, it is how decisions are made, it is how resources are directed, and it is whether the system ensures fairness. Finally, because if we are not careful and NARA not being narrow, it will make relief further from the people who need it most. The responsibility before us is not just to act, although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline, fairness, accountability, not buzzwords, words the government ought to get comfortable with. Because if we get the system right, recovery will follow. But if we get the system wrong, this bill risks leaving Jamaicans with a heavy bill to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Trelawney Southern.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have permission to speak from a seat other than my own? Permission?
You're given.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening not to get involved in an intellectual debate. I rise not to make a speech to pander to the crowd. I rise this evening to support a bill that puts Jamaica first. I rise this evening because that is the slogan we have. We put Jamaica first. And we don't do that. Allow me to speak. I allowed you. And we do not put Jamaicans first only when we are in election mode. We put Jamaica first when Jamaicans need the help from their government. And as I listened to some of the presentations, and I'm going to quote your last speaker, who said, there are those on the government side who say, don't stop. Let me explain to you that there are those on your side who will not vote Labour, but who have expressed the view that there are times when as parliamentarians, we need to stand together for the betterment of this country. And And so I want to commend to you all this evening that this is not time to campaign, because the campaign is over. And, hold on, and the people of Jamaica have spoken. They have chosen a government, and the government has a prime minister. So when we are speaking about the disaster that Jamaicans face, and I hear presentations that talk about make black people smarty and puss and butter, that is for an election campaign. That is not to address the seriousness of what Jamaicans suffer. I'm going to say to you that only last week, I had to reach out to a minister to help students to be able to take their exams up at the university because their parents have suffered tremendous damage under Melissa and are unable to pay the fees. Hold on. This is what NARA has come. Hold on. This is what the NARA bill has come to address. The devastation that has been experienced by a Category 5 hurricane that we have never experienced before is immense. And people are suffering. And it does appear that while you all address the fact that you are waiting and waiting, you have not taken time to recognize that extreme conditions require extreme measures and people need help now. And hold on, you are talking about corruption. Corruption does not come with the NARA bill. We have said corruption for generations. We have called it while you're in power. We have called it over here. NARA is not bringing corruption to this country. What NARA seeks to do is to assist persons who are in dire distress. The same persons that you speak about in your constituency. And I say to you, as other speakers have said, you are seeking perfection over helping the people of this country. You look and read through the bill. This is not, yes, that is exactly. And I say to you, there are sensible people who have contributed in this parliament. They belong over your side. And believe me, I am saying to you, they believe that this is one such time that we need to come together and pass this bill so that we can help Jamaicans to survive the disaster that has overtaken us. This is not time to refer to people on this side as puss and butt against puss mouth. That is for your election campaign, which you lost. You lost it. You lost the elections. And this is a government that the people have chosen. And I say to you tonight that your speaker said Jamaicans are going to judge us. They have judged us. That is why, despite the viciousness of the election campaign, this government is now the government of Jamaica. I'm saying, despite the viciousness which has come into this debate, which speakers on that side have sought to continue, the people have spoken. And I want to say this evening, I want to say to you this evening, Jamaicans are waiting for the government to reach out and to help them. Remember, if there are weaknesses, there are mechanisms to come back to Parliament and strengthen the bill. But right now, people need the help. Children need the assistance. And I say tonight, I urge you as members of Parliament who Jamaicans have elected to help them through difficulties, to support the bill, because Jamaicans believe that that is what we are here to do. And this is what the NARA bill, the language, and I watch people laugh and pontificate and push their hands, and it's a big, those who are not trying to pander and become intellectual more than others, some of them are throwing words and talking and that. Look, that is what, and you have lost exactly what it is that this bill is here to do, to assist Jamaicans and put them first. Yes, that is exactly so. And I'm not disappointed in everybody, because there are those on your side who know. I am appealing to those who still have not gotten out of election mode, and to recognize that as parliamentarians, we have a duty to this country and to the people of this country. And so this evening, I stand to commend this bill, which I trust we will pass so that Jamaicans can get help. And I also say to you that even as it is there is no bill that is perfect. There's absolutely no bill that is perfect. There will never be a perfect bill, and we will always be able to come back. But if you truly believe in Jamaica and believe that people need help, this is a time to give them the help, now when we need it most. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this bill to the Parliament for us to support, because it is not. I don't have to pander to the crowd. I have always, and I will say with pride, I have always held, I'm in Parliament because I put people first. I belong to it. That is a message that you need to learn. And those of you who have just come will learn. People will remember. You learn to put them first. That is why we are here, and that is why you are over there.
Member from St. Catherine.
Next, we will have the member from St. Elizabeth, Southeast?
Southwestern.
Southwest.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today marks 6 months to the day since Hurricane Melissa carved a path of destruction along Jamaica's southern coast. Some who speak in this house I have come to appreciate are not truly seized with the realities on the ground. The realities in communities like Parity, Galleon, and Black River. They do not appreciate the frustration of the people in places like Middle Quarters, Dalintoba, Prospect. The challenges in communities like Slipe, Vineyard, Hodgesland. They have not been relocated from their homes like many of us who resided on Crane Road, Spice Grove, Forest Mountain, Newtown, and many more in Southwest St. Elizabeth. They are resident in their doctor's office, focusing on reshaping the human physique, while we have to focus on reshaping and rebuilding lives in communities. For us, the hurricane is not a memory, but a daily reality that continues to shape how we live, work, and rebuild. In those communities, the damage is deeply personal and immediate. Homes were torn apart, roofs lifted clean off their structures, fishing equipment lost to sea, and small businesses, which represented years of sacrifice and investment, were wiped out in a matter of hours, leaving families not only displaced, but uncertain about how they would recover. Today, the Gleaner picks up some of those stories, like Basil, who lost his house and his business, like Sonia Linton, who lost her house and her business as a fish vendor in Black River. Those people are impatient of this debate, and they are, quite frankly, sick and tired of what appears to not be constructive intervention, but politicking, where one member seems to be more concerned about where the hurricane made landfall, another telling us about the beginning of the end, instead of focusing on an expedited reconstruction process. Madam Speaker, of course the government welcomes suggestions that strengthen the framework. In fact, we have been clear. Some of those suggestions have already been taken on board. However, what cannot be countenanced is an attempt to demonize the bill, to portray the bill as lacking accountability, and an attempt to delay the bill and delay the reconstruction of this country. Madam Speaker, since Hurricane Melissa, the government has restored access to many communities, have carted away hundreds of trucks of debris, have worked with JPS to bring back electricity to a level in a faster time frame than any other disaster of this magnitude. Persons have started to receive grants from the Ministry of Labor. Fishers have seen containerized solutions being put in their communities. We are rebuilding critical infrastructure. Inputs have been provided to help restart agriculture and fisheries. The NGO community has answered the call. Entities like World Central Kitchen, Samaritan's Purse, CORE, GEM, American Friends of Jamaica, Breads, have been in these communities to help with the rebuilding effort. We have truly seen some of the best of Jamaica in response to this disaster. However, we cannot ignore a reality. Communities like Parity have not yet recovered and are in need of a clear, coordinated reconstruction effort that prioritizes speed and efficiency while operating in a transparent framework. That is NARA. Madam Speaker, the bill which seeks to establish a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority is conducting not a routine rebuilding exercise. It's a national recovery effort that spans housing, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic activity, all of which are interconnected and require a level of coordination that goes beyond the capacity of any single agency operated in isolation. We have seen that the recovery can become fragmented if different entities working with different mandates are not aligned and there's not a central coordinated entity. This is precisely the gap that NARA is intending to address. NARA represents a structured approach to reconstruction, bringing together the various strands of recovery into a single framework that is designed to accelerate delivery, reduce duplication, improve accountability for outcomes, and ensure that communities are not left navigating a patchwork of processes that slow rather than support their recovery. Madam Speaker, NARA will operate within Jamaica's established accountability framework, which includes the Public Bodies Management and Accountability System, oversight from the Auditor General, clearly defined reporting and audit requirements, and ensures that NARA will be subject to scrutiny and transparency. There may be differences in our opinion about structure. That is not unusual in a democracy, but it should not be misinterpreted as an absence of accountability. Nor should it distract from the central objective, which is to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is timely, effective, and responsive. So we have heard the suggestions from the opposition and the claims of overreach, centralization, extraordinary powers. But let us be very clear. Hurricane Melissa is an extraordinary disaster, and it requires extraordinary coordination. The member from St. Catherine Southeastern says he searched the world for a model like this, and he couldn't find a model like this. Well, we should not be surprised. The member often searches and speaks about tales, whether that be poison, burnout, or rumors of scandals. He then goes on to cite the worst examples of reconstruction. He cites examples from Haiti and Bahamas that have models that they are proposing, models with boards that they are proposing. He cites those as examples. But he could not find a model like NARA. Well, member, type in 2011 Christchurch earthquake. Look at the New Zealand model, the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. It is a body, I heard you, member. It did not have a board. It did not have a board. It did not report to a board. It was led by a chief executive who reported to the responsible minister. And in fact, it is the responsible minister who appointed the CEO. That is the model. And you know what they achieved in 5 years? Over $4 billion in a public recovery program. You know what they achieved? A national rebuild program in less than a year. You know what they achieved? Major reconstruction in 3 years. You know what they achieved? 13 anchor projects in 5 years, including stadium, conference center, justice center. They were able to relocate in 5 years 7,000 unsafe homes. They did in 6 years what the world does in 20 years. If you ask the people of Black River, what model are we choosing? Give us the quicker model. Give us the model that will deliver results in the shortest possible time. And that is what NARA is. So yes, some say it centralizes power. Yes, disaster recovery cannot be managed by committee consideration. You have to have a central source of authority. Some say it gives too much authority to act quickly. Yes, it does. Under Section 12, because approvals that take years need to take weeks in this situation. allows for land acquisition, of course, because we can rebuild the same. And in some areas, we cannot rebuild. So we have to be able to have the power to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, the opposition calls it overreach. I call it readiness. We have to have the ability to act when the nation needs us most. The real risk is not that NARA is too strong. The real risk is that without it, we are too slow, too fragmented, too unprepared. New Zealand learned their lesson and built a system that delivered results. We now have the opportunity. We in this house, let us learn from that model. Let us not reject a proven model out of fear and partisanship. Let us embrace what has worked and do the right thing so that the people in Darlistan, the people in Garlands, the people over in Balaclava and Burnt Savannah, they can see real reconstruction in the shortest possible time. We are getting it right with NARA. Let us now get it moving. Like members and we grew up in country, we know delay is danger. Let us resist the urge to delay. We must pass this bill today and start the reconstruction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Catherine East.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you to give me some protection because I realize that they believe strong mean right, but strong can be wrong. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak one Spanish tongue. Babsy gone, so it's one Spanish tongue. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak on a very, very important bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Bill. And Madam Speaker, I want to just remind this House that emergency gone. When we had the emergencies after Melissa, it's people from all over the world was helping us. It was not NARA. Now we have a chance to use NARA, and we cannot rush it because we are going to say people want to build back stronger and better. There is a thing that named speed, but if you look at the Road Traffic Act, it tells you that speeds have limits. And if speeds have limits, the bill that we intend to pass today must have checks and balances. Madam Speaker, I am going to say something unlike some of you who got a script to come and read. Anything I am saying, whether it is right or wrong, it is from Denise Daly. Right.
Indeed.
I want to ask you a question. I want to really ask a question. Do we really believe in this bill? Or we are going with it? Honestly, or are we just following because we are afraid to speak out about something that is going to affect every Jamaican? I leave this with you. I believe when the people sent us here, they did not send cowards. They said brave men and women. And I would want you to be that the brave leaders that your people sent you here to be. Madam Speaker, unlike many who have seen the bill, and I don't even see like they open it, but they have a lot of big talk.
Very much so.
I want to tell you that I took the opportunity this time to read this bill. And this bill, if you are mindful and if you are aware of how the Jamaican people think of us, we'll be very careful about passing this bill without checks and balances. Don't believe the same people that you're in here now trying to lobby on their behalf don't know nothing about NARA. So you're now lobbying for people who knows nothing about what you're lobbying for them for. And therefore, I am wondering if NARA is for us or is for the people. Well, we will see. We will see.
We shall see.
I remembered once, Madam Speaker, I was in a class. Don't worry about that. Yes, yes. You have lifelong learning, you know. You have lifelong learning.
Some never go to class.
And I remembered very well that a student got up and said, we are making preparation for them without consulting them. What we are doing now is making preparation for people without consulting them.
Fundamental.
I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said that this bill is the largest pending bill that history will probably ever see in this country. But about 50% of this bill is going to be hold and have interest on it to be paid back. Right. So it's not any free money.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want to raise that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.